Good morning, everyone. Exciting day today, right? How's everyone doing? I showed up a minute early so that there would be time to buy back covered calls. Would you tell us your favorite GME strikes and dates for this Opex run? Thanks. No? All Opex positioning's fairly similar, but you can manage it any way you want depending on your risk. You generally I can tell you what the most profitable strikes are. Strikes between zero point 0.3 and zero point 0.1 delta, with at least, well, more than 20 days to expiry. The less theta you have, the greater risk you take that nothing will happen and you will lose money. UK Prime Minister Liz Truss has stepped down. Nice. When's Sausage Fingers slipping into power? That's all I want to know. Don't inform me about UK politics until Prince Charles is attempting to dissolve Parliament. Morning. Also, that prospectus is legit. There's evidence that there can be a share lending agreement on Revlon. I'm aware. I saw it. That's why I tagged you in it. It's fucking super dope. Hey Girk, do you have any idea how big the buy-in was? No. All I know is something, and it could have been the shorts themselves, right? Fucking put a ton of pressure on their internalizers. Um, more than we've ever seen. And I've watched Jamie's dark pool index since back to October of like 2020. I don't have the data for that anymore, unfortunately, but you can still get it from FINRA. Um, this is the highest it's ever been. Why do you see dicks being offloaded today rather than later this week or next? Well, rises in the dicks represent asymmetric risk, right? If the market is applying pressure to that asymmetric risk, they're going to want to try to offload that, right? Because that's how your positions blow up. Um, so, you know, ideally for them, the market trades flat or down and they're able to offload those internalized buy orders with real market sells. Say you watch GME's dicks. I did. I watched it a lot. Don't you mean King Charles, not Prince Charles? Whatever. Is this dicks why all the panic about closing CCs? Yeah, I don't know why people are panicking. I mean, we're probably gonna pop at market open because arbitrage is positive, and pre-market liquidity is really, really low. Like they're trying to scrape as much liquidity as they can, and they're not getting a lot. So there's a good chance we run a little bit at open, but probably not. We're not gonna like moonshot it open or anything, I don't think. They usually try to keep internalization in like the 50 range, 50 to 60. Um, Usually within T+2, spikes will cycle out. They don't want to, you don't want to internalize for too long, right? Because, you can lose your initial spot price and then you're losing money on the arbitrage with the order inventory. So big short incoming before rip. No, I think we'll pop at market open and then probably they'll short it. Chart Exchange says it's the highest it's been in the last 4 years. It sounds about right. Although the data on Chart Exchange isn't DPI, it's like off exchange short volume, which is a little different. Dix isn't debunked. Why is Dix debunked? Because Halfdane said it was. That guy's a fucking idiot. He spent the entire first 6 months he was on Super Stonk spamming posts about my exit DD and then trying to use it to link people to his own exit DD, which was fully regarded in every way. I have some coffee. Bithead, dude, thank you so much. Guys, Bithead, Pontifa VWAP, give him a shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon. Thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it, man. Membership panic. Get your panic here. When the market is this indecisive in PM, what's the best way to handle your straddle today? We'll see. I needed to go down a little bit for my straddle to print. Thank you, Bithead. Leave one for Pi-Fi. This is about to expire. Possible. I mean, it's also possible that, you know, someone had to cover something as well. It could have been, yeah, it could have been a large institutional buy. Just got on a flight. Let's fucking go. How is the 365 POI looking? Weaker a little bit, not much. 3700 and 3750 though have weakened quite a bit. They're still pretty strong, but they dropped like a couple 100,000 each. Why are they boofing Fubo? Just shorting the open, I think. Hey guys, finally got a good job at a good company. Gherk, you've made these last 5 months profitable for me, and I've learned so much. I will tune in as much as I can. Thanks, DC. Congratulations on the job, man. That's awesome. Look, we all like dicks. What's a stock? Good morning, guys. You're welcome for the membership. No to parking tickets. Are the poors trying to get stuff out of you besides memberships? Bow before my prowess. I am up $6 on my GME position. Yes, I know the price is going down, but there's no liquidity yet, right? Wait for there to be liquidity. Also, if the market's dropping, they won't need it. But if the market pressures them, they'll have to get liquidity and we'll get like a little spike. Good 50-50 weeklies and monthlies or all degen weeklies? Asking for my wife. Oh, Jesus, Kendra, come on. Weeklies suck. Unless they don't. I wouldn't play this week. We still have like a lot of net negative gamma above us. That wall of puts and sold calls is very, very much in place still. So they're gonna continue. I mean, like whatever pressure was applied to them yesterday was still internalized, right? So they're gonna continue to try to keep the price below that breakout point into Friday, probably into Monday. Can you explain to us more about the borrow agreement regarding Rev? Yeah, Ron Perelman can lend his shares out to shorts and also recall them, which is something we were looking for to find out if he could do that or not. So they don't have an yeah, it is kind of bullish as fuck. Hellboy's gonna recall? Maybe. Them internalizing so much yesterday on GME, isn't that a good sign for an October Opex? Yes, very. How do we tell when the flip begins? Is it usually quite fast? It can be, yeah. It generally begins after the expiration of the monthly options contract. So you're looking at Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week for increased price action and volume. More importantly than anything, volume. I bought weeklies for next week because that Dick's blows and it's gonna be a waterfall. Why would you buy weeklies for next week this week? I'm not gonna get into it. How is that bullish for Revlon? Well, only one person really has enough shares to short the stock effectively, right? Um, and the fact that that person can lend them out and also recall them means that he has control over the short position on his own stock, which is a big deal. I think you'd have to be a fucking idiot to short a stock where you're borrowing shares only directly from the majority shareholder. Like, it's like asking to be squeezed. But it would explain where they're able to get volume from to short with, given that it's not in ETFs and the borrow rate's still like 60%. Rev the next VW, Perelman loans out shares, buys Jan 35s to lock the float, and then recalls. Uh, I mean, he is allowed to trade options on the underlying. He's got a very loose insider agreement there. Are you getting calls for November for October OPEX? I bought them yesterday. Okay, they're trying to crush IV on GME again. So there might be another buy opportunity today. He probably has a backdoor handshake with someone. Maybe. Morning Gurk, really dumb question here, but are Upstart or Rev likely to run at the same time as GME? If GME had a giant run from a buy-in, keep seeing all this icon stuff. Not sure if it's true. I mean, there's no way to tell who bought in, right? Or what put so much pressure on their internalization. Is all we know is that something did, right? Um, there's no way to tell who bought in. It doesn't mean Icon bought the stock. None of that. As far as Rev and Upstart go, they're not the same, right? Revlon's definitely not the same play. Upstart has never really had any OPEX correlation before. The fact that it's been continuously shorted while on Reg Show for the last month and a half would indicate that it could have some OPEX potential, but we don't know yet. They're doing a lot of the same things to Upstart right now that they do to GME, though. Did you sell deep in the money CCs on Tesla for earnings? If so, congrats. I sold them a little bit in the money. Not deep, but yeah, I did good. I mean, it's limited to what he owns. Gilgamesh, King of the Dens. You've heard of Red October. Now, ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for Green October. Thanks, Sensei, for your shared stonk god wisdom as always. Thanks, Gilgamesh. I appreciate it, dude. The only interesting thing people found was that RC was at Icon's house. Anything else is very speculative. Yeah. I mean, they live pretty close to each other, I think. Could Perelman squeeze the stock if it gets delisted? Possibly, or before it gets delisted. What's your fair book value for Upstart currently? I mean, book value is not like a metric where you would describe it as fair. Book value is just a data point, right? It should everyone's book value for Upstart should be the same. It's like 920. Book value's like net asset value, right? It's just the difference between total assets and total liabilities, excluding preferred stock equity. So everyone's book value on something should be identical. It's so much easier to buy calls for Opex mentally when the price of the contracts isn't $500 for one. It does help a bit. Yeah. Win merch store. Do you think October Opex could be as good as May's Opex or probably smaller? It could be as good as May. I don't think we're gonna see a repeat of March. Like I don't think the pressures, like the pressure or the obligations are high enough. Um, but it's looking a lot more promising, especially with, you know, last night's information. How often do stocks with options remain below gamma neutral? I mean, right now in the market, lots of them. It also depends on the liquidity of the underlying, right? The more liquid a stock is, the less it's affected by its options hedging. Random dual spike and after hours yesterday. Did you already enter your position? I've entered a little bit of it, but not all of it. My inner accountant wishes that explanation was more precise. I felt like it was fairly precise. I'm not an accountant though, so asked yesterday about GME versus Upstart for Opex. Decided to take a small position in each, bought GME November 30s, Upstart Jan 35s. Thoughts? Not bad. Just remember that, you know, if we don't see price action next week and in the T+2 window, which extends out through Wednesday, that, you know, don't bag hold your fucking calls beyond that, hoping for something to turn around. If they're not covering within the defined period for them to cover, they're not going to cover anything. Too many people overhold and then get burned on it. What should just be a tiny loss to get exposure ends up turning into a massive one. XRT and Upstart still on Reg Show. Yes. But XRT is not GME. Holding Jans through October Opex on Upstart. Yeah, that's a bit of a different situation because of Reg Show. You could, yeah. I probably won't hold Novembers on Upstart after Opex, but I'll probably keep the Decembers and Jans a little longer. Or roll the Decembers to Jan and close the Novembers. How long has Upstart been on Reg Show at this point? Since September 2nd. 40-something DTEs, 0.3 delta for the win/small loss. Ideally, yeah, 40-45 DTE with 0.3 delta. 0.3 delta is a little exposed. 0.2's probably a little less sensitive. Upstart is not an Opex play? Not necessarily. It's looking very good for Opex, but it may not be an Opex play. Historically, it's not one. But that doesn't mean it won't become one. The reason there's potential for an Opex play is the same day that Upstart was put on Reg Show, so was its primary ETF, BOTS, which has the majority of its ETF shareholding. So it means that they're definitely using synthetic ETF liquidity in order to short Upstart. And if you're using synthetic ETF liquidity to short, you get Opex runs. So same drill as usual. Yep. If they start printing also and you have, next monthlies, like the November 18th contracts, and we do get an OPEX run, remember that OPEX cycles up for T+2, then up for T+2, then up for T+2, right? So you get multiple peaks, usually the last one being the highest before gamma collapses. So the expansion of gamma collapses. And then the market maker starts hedging down and the run is dead. But that way, if you have weeklies, you actually can't capture all of this. You can only capture like this much. Especially if they start running it on Wednesday, you can get fucked buying weeklies because you'll miss out on the rest of the upside. I would say that if you cannot afford to buy November 18s, or you're super greedy and just want more leverage, don't target like 28s. Like November 4s are better. And I wouldn't buy anything short of November 18th this week. Because of the weekend theta decay. I mean, I could describe why options are good or bad. I don't have to tell you. Actually, I can kind of say anything. I'm not a fucking registered fiduciary. As the ETF synthetics don't come due on T+2 from Opex. ETF synthetics, well, they do come due on T+2 from Opex. Just generally on the quarterly one. what I don't get is why aren't they just close their short positions on Upstart? Prices as low as ever. No, the short position in Upstart is overcrowded, hence ending up on Reg Show. If someone capitulates and starts buying back, it still triggers a run, right? Because that's going to force the other shorts to start buying back. Otherwise, they're sustaining losses. So while they're up on their short position, they still have to close it. Remember, you know, all shorts are future buyers. Do you see GME going lower? I'd like to. I'd like to see it drop to 22. Does an October Opex change the Opex timing from now on? If we get an October Opex, which I still don't like, but I mean, there's too much going on to ignore. It doesn't change the timing. It means that we've been looking at it the wrong way. We've been looking at it that, you know, they have a time frame within a time frame in which they need to settle obligations. And the way we should be looking at it is that if obligations are sufficient to require closing, then we get an OPEX. So the time frame still exists. It's just not necessarily like quarterly, right? Last year, it could have just been that, you know, obligations over a quarter were built up sufficiently to see an OPEX run. But obligations from November to March, for instance, you know, it wasn't until March where they really had to clear out those obligations, and you know, obligations from the peak of March into May were sufficient to trigger a run. So basically, just, you know, think of them holding like a little obligations cap. Now we're starting to get some of that. They're holding a little obligations cap, and when it's full, they have to dump it out. Why didn't internalization get released on GME at open? They're not going to just dump their fucking internalization and blow the price of the stock up. They, you know, they still have like a massive hedge in place to keep the price down. Now don't get me wrong, just because obligations might be high enough to trigger a run, right? That doesn't mean they want to trigger one now before they're prepared for it, right? They want to close all of their short calls. They want to close all of their puts on Friday, and then they'll let the stock run. Upstart isn't an Opex play. Gherk, do you think Upstart is a better Opex play than GMA? I mean, it's complex. Unfortunately, there's no easy answer to that, right? Can it run on Opex? Yes. Has it run on Opex historically? No. So stay with me here. What you're saying is we should find something others think is overvalued and short it alongside them, then trigger a squeeze by rapidly closing our positions. That's something that doesn't work for retail. A, we can't take leverage positions large enough to make that happen. B, we can't act in a concerted effort, right? Even if retail tried, they wouldn't really be able to. So even if retail tried to like close out a massive dispersed short position like that all at the same time, it just really wouldn't work. You know, that's why Gensler came out and said, you know, retail's not really capable of collusion to pump a stock. You're dealing with, you know, thousands of individual investors, thousands of different, you know, personalities and emotional responses. It's just not possible. Have we seen some of the famed entropy swaps come back on GME? We've seen a little bit of far like in the money put selling, but not a lot. So some indication of a possible hedge, but most of those are gone. It's almost like they want to make money. Yeah. Well, not with that attitude. Do you have spy calls? Yeah, 37 and 3800. SPX, not spy. But same like. We should have been loaning our stocks out this entire time. I mean, the ironic thing is if buy and hold hadn't happened, right? And everyone had sold all the shares that they like bought in Feb and on the Feb run up at the top of the run up, that they were lending out, then there's a pretty good fucking chance that we would have kept running up because it would have triggered a recall. Unfortunately, that's not ideal, right? I've noticed far in the money puts on GME were sold off and replaced with puts at the same strike, expiring this Friday. That's interesting. Your day one homie, James Rowland, is shilling a stock on Twitter that's gone up 112% in one day. Nothing like chasing the run. Jesus Christ. I think James Rowland just really, really wants to be a financial influencer. He's on his way. Especially if he keeps shilling shit that's already run 112%. Like, hey guys, look at the stock that's already way up. What a great time to buy. The real question is, do they have a negative hedge going into Opex? The hedge is still negative, yeah. Tell me when Darkpool hit Lit Exchange, probably like 30 minutes. Is there a way to tell the difference between Opex and positive market pressure? Not in a bear market. Last year, yeah, because, when Opex has happened, the market dropped, right? But this year, no, because they're shorting volatility on SPX also, right? And, NASDAQ and Dow. Fubo being boofed a bit. Didn't think anyone with the power to do that cared enough about Fubo. Oh, yeah. Hey, good morning, Girk. What's up, Jesus? In your opinion, is today a good time to start building a small OPEX position, or do you think there's a better entry opportunity tomorrow? There could be a better entry opportunity tomorrow. Here's the deal, though. IV is moving up, even with price moving down. So they're already losing control of their ability to short volatility. So either losing control of their ability to short volatility or unwilling to continue shorting volatility at this point, which means that volatility should begin to rise from yesterday forward. If that's the case, then the sooner the better, but careful with your positioning because there is still a weekend ahead to decay theta. 600,000 shares borrowed this morning on GME. They were ready, but just means good prices. I saw. Not sure if this was asked already, but do you think the UK Prime Minister resignation is having any effect on US markets? I think the only thing having an effect on US markets right now is the options positioning. A little bit, right? I mean, pounds up against the dollar, or well, dollars up against the pound. Pounds up against the dollar today, so a little bit so far. Sure, Greg. You're the man. Quick question that you may not be able to answer, so I want to open it up to the jar. With IBQR, can I directly buy options with CAD funds, or do I have to convert within their app, minimum 2,500, in order to have USD funds? Any workaround? Thanks. Yeah, I don't know, but somebody in here may be able to. Somebody in here may be able to answer that better than me. US dollar set record against Japan. Japan started an emergency bond buying program last night in order to maintain their yield curve. It broke their upper limit. It's beginning. It's only a matter of time, right? Snap looks like it's tanking. Any other Snap longs thinking about dumping? Oh, I'm already out of Snap. Too many FTDs do an upstart during Tuesday and Wednesday of Opex settlement next week. It doesn't really matter. What's your opinion on oil/energy going forward? I mean, Biden just opened up like another 15 million barrels, which isn't a lot, but it should help drive prices down a little bit in the short term. I think long term, we're probably going to see at least two larger spikes in oil. I think we're going to see a lot more oil speculation and oil drilling in the U.S. As you know, the U.S. reshores their oil efforts. We have a lot of fucking oil. We don't use it, but we have a lot of it. But with Russia cut off and OPEC lowering supply outlook, we may have to start using some of our own, which is good. It's good for jobs in the U.S. I mean, it's fantastic for Schlumberger and not Raytheon. Goddamn. I own the fucking company. I can't think of the name of it. Halliburton. Thank you, Dork. This is what you get for making me buy both, asshole. I own Oxy too. So I own Halliburton, Schlumberger, and Oxy. Schlumberger? Wait, is it really? Are you fucking with me? Yes, you're fucking with me, or yes... What? Whatever. So see how GME price isn't moving? But my contracts are up like 11 and 5%. The price is lower than when I bought them. So this is what I mean by their unwillingness to continue shorting volatility, right? Now, earlier this week, you would have seen, you know, them selling calls, them buying puts, driving this volatility down further. The market maker is now experiencing more risk and turning volatility up. That's awful. What a stupid name. It's a German name pronounced by the French. It makes no sense. Yeah, I agree. Would Hal see a quicker uptick in profits due to being on land as opposed to Schlumberger dealing with offshore? Not necessarily. I mean, the US has a lot of offshore oil fields, so both would probably benefit separately. You know, we're going to see a lot more over the next like longer term macroeconomics over the next 10 to 15 years. We're going to see a lot more reshoring as the political climate reaches more of a fever pitch and international relations break down. And we're also going to see a lot more nationalization of economic policy. Doesn't matter right or left. We'll see more of it. Um, that's a trend I think that's going to continue throughout this recession and probably throughout the next decade or so. We're already attacking China's economy on just about every front we can. And we're doing pretty good, mostly because they fucked over their own economy with their massive subsidization of home building. It's good if you're in the US. Not so great for Europeans. Really terrible if you're anywhere else. Hopefully the upstart 25p weeklies get blown out. I doubt it. Don't forget that there's just another range of like dead zone here for us to land in today. I imagine Canada will become more industrialized as well. GME's candles seem odd today, don't they? I mean, they're trying to not allow it to break out, right? Gamma neutral. They've got it below gamma neutral, but it's really close to breaking back above it, which means that it's going to start building up momentum and they'll have to short in order to keep the hedge from flipping. Fuck them, Murica bitches. All right, BMG. Fair enough. It's okay with the US dollar skyrocketing and the Fed pedal to the metal on interest rates. Soon we'll be able to just buy Europe for literal pennies on the dollar. We already have basically bought Ukraine, right? Simultaneously devaluing their currency while lending them all the arms they could ever want to fight the proxy war. I'm not going to get into it, but so just holding GME down until they're positioned, yes. Don't see why they internalize this hard if they don't plan on running it soon, to be honest. Not trying to spread hopium. I agree. I agree. They would just let it run and they would let the hedge flip otherwise. I haven't caught the stream in a while. Just ran Delta OI numbers on GME. Looks like a negative 3.1 million hedge gets dumped next week. How's the rest of Opex look? Pretty fucking good so far. Gamma Max is in a nice position. We're starting to see some more call buying come in. People are getting bullish. It's a good sign, and the market looks like it's ready for a big turnaround next week as well. So we'll have all that active fund pressure backing us up. Ukraine 51st state. I believe you already did. I might have. It's fun watching the thing I talked about last night happening today. Citadel HQ must be bustling with activity. They're definitely plowing as many shorts into the VIX as they feasibly can. Economic imperialism for MOASS. Also, China has been doing that for years in Africa. Yeah, wait till Africa defaults on all their Chinese debt. Or the US declares various African states to be run by terrorist governments, dissolves the governments, and then that debt is no longer applicable in international court. Just saying. If I can think of it, someone else will. How to destroy a superpower 101. Welcome to the class, guys. Holy spy, Batman. Eh. I mean, my straddle looks nice. Wonder when someone will, when we will pull something like that with our debt. Oh, you mean when China goes to cash out their U.S. treasuries and we tell them to go fuck themselves? It's coming. Why are Chinese stocks getting hammered so hard in general lately? Because their economy is fucked, and they've decided that instead of reporting their economic numbers, they're going to keep them secret for a while. So yeah, I wouldn't want my money there either. The if you can't see it, it's not real. Sneaky economic policy is not confidence building. The English did this in the 1800s and 1900s across the world. Yes. It's your boy Stanley Yelnats. It puts the plumber in the hole. It does what it's told. What's up, poopy hands? Real estate market has dropped over 90%. Banks are insolvent. Chipmakers got set back 10 years. The list goes on and on. Yep. So you're saying that you don't enjoy economic trust falls at the global economic team building meeting? Is this a good time to buy spy puts, or is it better to buy puts on the Chinese equivalent of the spy, Hang Seng or the Shenzhen index? I mean, yeah, you could get puts on those if you want to, but if they become insolvent or untradeable, you could just lose all the money you put in. A little too early to be buying puts on the spy. I'd wait at least a week, maybe a couple weeks before I start positioning to the downside for the SPX. So, Girk, if I'm getting this right, China and economic reporting, same like me, my port, and my wife. Exactly. SLD's not over. Not technically. Could equity sell offs for SLD be over? Possibly. There's no way to tell though. I mean, obviously, any at any point during this period, a position could come in and sell equities to deposit more money. The market is stuck in limbo competition right now. Not really. Puts are overpriced. Bears are overcrowded. They got pushed out. They didn't get a market crash, and the market's recovering. After everyone gets their liquidity deposits on the books and are ready to re-leverage their margin, the market maker is going to start dumping a negative $33 billion per 1% hedge onto the SPX, which is going to drive the SPX up. Calls are still super fucking cheap. So guess who's going to be buying them with all their newfound margin? That's right, institutions. And then when they're going to short the fuck out of the VIX too while they're at it. Then as the market drives up, the VIX goes down, puts become cheaper. On the next SLD, they'll probably leverage the other direction. The Fed's not going to do anything unexpected this month. We don't have any major monetary policy changes incoming. We already have the CPI print. There's nothing to surprise the market, right? And then you've got what, hundreds of millions of people taking 10% of their paycheck every week and buying SPY. So there's always some upside. I pray to Lady VWAP. The positivity, all the positivity makes Upstart break out. I mean, a lot of the put positioning and sold calls on Upstart expire this Friday, so it looks good. Also, still on reg show, so if it starts running, they can't fucking short it. Imagine being trapped in a position where you have to cover synthetic obligations while simultaneously shorting with those same synthetic liquidity pools. So you've literally got to short into your calls, or like into your long buying, with the same instrument. Um, it's something like that happened on GME once. But Gork, do I buy calls or puts? I mean, do whatever you want, man. You understand enough now to pick a direction, I hope. I'm just kidding. What SPX or SPY positions do you hold? I have SPX 3700s for this Friday. I have 25 SPX 685s from last night that expire also this Friday. And then I have a fairly large position of SPX 3800s that expire on November 18th. China's been flooding the US economy with cash for years. If we start to cripple their economy, they can come to collect upwards of $1 trillion. Yeah, the US and China are friendly, but we ain't friends. Yeah, the US can also just tell them to fuck right off. Don't forget that part. There's a reason we pay for that big old military. And what a great way to fix the international economy than a giant war with another superpower. I bought calls on GME at the bottom this morning. I'm feeling a touch bullish. Where are your horns? I don't see horns on you. I don't believe you. Ah, there they are. Okay. Never mind. My mistake. Basically, Upstart could really go VUP if it picks up FOMO. Yeah, it really could. It's got a very, very good setup. And its rate of failures is the ratio of failures to volume is increasing faster than the fails themselves. You're full bull here too, Jay Fresh. You're on camera. You don't have to. Yeah, proxy war with Taiwan would be better. Has everyone wanted the Icon documentary on HBO? Watched the Icon documentary on HBO? It's amazing. It's not that great. As someone who knows quite a lot about Carl Icahn, and has studied him, well, decent. I would say more than the average person. I would say that documentary is like paid for and published by Carl Icahn to cast him in a great light. He's not the hero of the shareholder that it makes him out to be. He's very much an old school corporate raider, and you can ask anybody who owned TWA how hard they got fucked. Great news, everyone. Our debt to GDP is down 45%. Oh yeah, also the USA's credit score has been lowered to 69. That's bullish as fuck, actually, dork. If Upstart had an actual Opex run, you'd sell your leaps, right? And then reposition? If Upstart had an Opex run, I'd sell everything. Do we have Upstart Greeks? We do. They're not on the screen. I can tell you what they are, but I think we still have a issue with the gamma max data, and it's getting like skewed for some reason. Um, but I can tell you what they are. So gamma max, I'm showing 65, but I know it's more in like the 30 range. Um, Vega neutral at 32.36, gamma neutral at 29, delta neutral at 31.26, which makes me feel like the gamma max range isn't that off. And I'm looking at the OI on the call chain right now, and it looks like it supports a gamma max of 50 or 60. It's borderline propaganda that I can clearly paid for. I'm not saying that's necessarily true. If you had to choose between Rev and Upstart and only trade options on one of the two for the next 3 months, which would you choose? I mean, you have to understand the risk with Revlon. If Revlon is delisted, you could lose every penny you put into it. I like the play a lot. I'm pretty heavily invested in it, but you need to understand it for what it is. It is not a safe investment at all. So I would caution putting any large amount of my capital into it that I could not afford to lose. As a result of China's one-child policy and their cultured practices, the Chinese population is heavily skewed male, and there is an automatic military conscription. Essentially, their fighting forces swelled to numbers that while unknown, can be the largest in military history. Yeah, if infantry mattered and not aircraft carriers, nukes, cruise missiles, and drones, then I would agree. It's not a problem with data, it's a problem with the definition of gamma max. Gamma exposure is flat from 30 to 600. Oh, so it can just run and never stop running? Cool. I like that even more, actually. Mullen could be an absolute garbage company. No, not could be, is. What do you think about their 600 million volume with 80% on dark pools yesterday? Something to watch or nah? You could play it, but you're gonna get rug pulled by insiders. It's a lot of risk. It's like a pump and dump, right? You know, they're promising a lot of things they'll never do. Like they're not gonna have a factory up and running in 1 to 2 years. It's horseshit. They have like one prototype. They have no fucking money. Um, sure, maybe they could become a company and do something with all that, but I don't think so. It's just shady, you know? Um, can you make money on shady shit? Absolutely. But understand how shady it is before you attempt that. I believe quite a while ago you said that you'll likely be holding your Rev Jan 35s until mid-November before selling if no action. Is that still the case? Yep. I'll hold them till the theta curve starts to drop off, and then I'll close them out and reposition somewhere else. Admit it right now, right here, that Carl Icahn is your dad. You know it. We know it. You know that we know it. He's not. His son is, well, he's tried to make his son as famous as him. Even the actual military aside, the US is probably one of the more difficult countries in the world to invade based on geography and gun ownership. Even police have crazy firepower. Yeah, they're not really so worried about the gun ownership. I mean, it has an effect on an invasion. It's just really big. It's really hard to invade the US because it's gigantic. It's super, super fucking big and covered in military bases. But where's there going to be a large scale ground war? Like Chinese landing, like China's not going to be able to send a landing party to the U.S. Not effectively. China's been paying former British fighter pilots $240K to train their pilots. Seems like a good gig. Literally, no one could ever invade the US. It's pretty hard. Again, you need to rewatch Red Dawn. Patrick Swayze proved it's possible for Cuba to invade. Oh, Jesus. Can you please move JFresh icon so he's perched on your shoulder? See, when I do this, he pokes me in the eye with his fucking horns. Call put at 37.50 for today is about 10 to 1. If we hit that early in the day, do you think they will cash out and will drop again? We could. Yeah, we could see long side calls fall off. There's not a lot of them, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. And we're really gonna stagnate in these levels unless we get some serious pressure. This like whole area between 3700 and 3750 is a dead zone, right? And with the 3700 puts still open, we have that gravity pulling down on our price action. It could touch 3750 today. I don't know if we'll hold it. That seems a little less likely. We are seeing some short capitulation though, which is good. Unfortunately, the ones that capitulated were in the money. All empires think they're invincible until they lose. Yeah, that's fair. But how many times have people thought empires were going to crumble and they kept on going? I'm sure people thought that about Rome for, thousands of years. They're like, Rome's going to fall any day now, right? Seems like trying to time the market. Rome even made a comeback after it did fall. It's true. Rome didn't have the Dixie. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Also, GME 25 puts refuse to capitulate. Yeah, they won't. They're there in order to tamper down any potential price action. They won't close them till tomorrow and probably not until the end of the day. Aren't we trying to time the markets too? Yeah, but we're better at it. If China could beat America, don't you think we'd all be speaking Chinese yesterday? I mean, the risk of attacking is very high, right? Is Cat an empire? It just keeps going. It's pretty awesome, is what it is. I'm start looking good today. Why do shorts dump it one day and then let it rip the next? They're trying to keep it from the hedge from flipping. Jettle. If the hedge flips, volatility is going to spike, and all the calls they sold to short volatility are going to have to be closed at a loss, and they're going to get blown the fuck up. That's why they keep shorting it. And it keeps rising because active fund pressure on it's fairly significant. And so there's always a buyer if the market's rising. Did you read Biggie Small's BBBY analysis? No. Which one? Which one is it? I might have. I didn't pay attention to who wrote it. Ow. What is the hedge flip on Upstart? We're probably above it already. I'll look. $24.56. What's it trading at? So fairly close. I mean, they'll slam it as soon as it starts to approach that. So remember that, like, that value is static, right? This is a terrible color. Let's go with this. So remember that gamma flip point value is static. But as they buy puts and sell calls, they can skew that. So as we approach that price and the market maker is, buying into the upside, they have to buy more and more puts or sell more and more calls in order to turn that price action around. But the price action can rise up into that skewed zone, right? As long as they can at some point. Now, it's what happens is, they keep trying to do that over and over, and it gets weaker, right? And if we push up into this hard and it breaks, then the price explodes. Think of it like trying to poke a hole in a balloon. ES is blasting while SPX is consolidating. Arbitrage opportunity? No. ES is the price of the SPX in the future. Not today. But some, sure. But they're not the same, right? They don't have the same pricing. Is the hedge flip delta or gamma neutral? It's neither, really. Delta, kind of. Gamma also. It's just the point on the chain where gamma flips from net negative to net positive. It's not necessarily gamma neutral. It's also a static value, whereas gamma neutral is weighted across the entire chain. The gamma flip point is only that, like, week's expiration. What would be the most and least degen contracts for GME, Big Dick's Opex? Super degen would be anything like 0.0, 0.0, like 5 delta or higher. Because then you're just playing the volatility basically at that point. Relatively safe would be like 0.3, 0.2 delta. Can you explain in more depth the difference between ES and SPY? Is ES same like Time Machine, Gracias? I mean, it's the predicted value of the S&P 500 and in the future. So they're speculating on the value in the future, what it will be over time. Whereas the SPY is, a ETF that tracks the SPX. And the SPX is the value of the market in real time, roughly. Just had 2 successful SPX trades on my 2 accounts. More bounty to give back to Nopex now. Nice. Nothing like making a bunch of money to lose it all on GME. Look at OI for beyond November 18. Possible Opex for beyond on November 18th. Somebody else brought that up to me, I think. No, not necessarily. It looks like there's a lot of it. I know Beyond does run with Opex. It could be a play. But remember that not all OI is like necessarily bullish. Yeah, I don't have any data on Beyond, but I could take a look at their yeah, I mean there's just like a lot of call side buying. And people are betting really hard, super far out of the money on this. It's got a nice setup if there's something that needs to be covered. Like the amount of sheer number of calls there is very promising, right? They're super cheap, obviously, but they're on threshold also. How long? I tried to buy GME 1118s this morning right at open. Ended up upping my bid from 0.78 to 0.85 and filled right away. Is this generally a bad strategy rather than waiting until mid-morning? Yes. Would you say that GME November 11 $35 calls are a relatively safe volatility play? They're not a great volatility play. So for volatility, to capture volatility effectively, you want to be fairly neutral to delta. So you don't want your position super affected by delta, which makes the most attractive contracts to capture spikes in IV far dated and out of the money. So you want relatively high Vega value, like 0.01 to or up. And you want to be far enough out of the money that your delta is very low. Because you're not really looking to get exposure to delta. The contracts in between those, right? Ones that are, you have like intrinsic, extrinsic. And so to capture IV solely, you want contracts with lots of that are valued extrinsically. To capture price action, you want contracts that are valued intrinsically. And in the middle, there is a balance of both. There's like contracts that are like like the ones you were describing, the 35s, that are like 0.2, 0.1 delta, right? And they have decent Vega sensitivity. But you could get more leverage on Vega by buying far dated, very far out of the money calls. And you could get more exposure to price action by buying closer to the money calls that are nearer dated. And since this is such a short expiration, November 11, you really don't have enough theta there for, the IV to last long, right? So So IV valuation on these contracts is very rapid. It's erratic, if you will. And IV on, you know, far dated contracts that are very far out of the money tends to be a little more stable. The IV is lost more slowly. They also increase in IV faster than calls that are near the money because of the IV smile. So the further out of the money a call is, the faster the rate of change in its implied volatility. Why won't Cat 185 play nice? Got slapped $2. I'm just trying to give people more entries, man. If we have an Opex run, do you think GME will break Gamma Max? It could, yeah. If we have an Opex run, it should. That's part of what defines an Opex run. I think Nopex at Bernie's stream card would be great prior to this Opex. I think we'll run, but it would be ideal for you to say, I told you to not play it, LOL. I mean, I'll tell people right now, there is a risk involved in playing any Opex. Their obligations do not appear to be very high yet. They've only been shorting since August. I'm not a big fan, but the asymmetric risk they're building up is very compelling. I would much prefer if we were seeing more of this price action nearer to November than we are now, but if their obligations are sufficient and they want to risk off, then they could do it now. They haven't risked off anything since August, so AMD is also a heavy volatility short, and yes, it does follow Opex price action. I would caution though that the shorts there may not be so easily relenting, given that AMD is probably going to lose a lot of value over the next couple of quarters, especially with the sanctions against China. If this Opex has some action, it'll be the first time I'm in one that runs. If it doesn't, it's probably my fault, and I won't play the next one so you guys can make some money. Thanks, Moonblocker. They could also do some XRT on-off reg show thing again, like in September. No, XRT's already on reg show. So once XRT's on reg show, they can't pull that shit again unless they get it off reg show by this Friday, which I don't think they're gonna do. XRT liquidity's bone fucking dry too right now. In terms of them choosing between October and November OPEX, wouldn't there be an options contracts expiring that lead us to believe it would be 1 month or the other? Well, we have a bunch of options contracts expiring on like XRT tomorrow, right? But they can just roll them. They can roll them on the last day. And then, you know, Monday morning you look and all those contracts have been moved to the next month, right? Because they didn't have sufficient obligations and they didn't want to cover. So that's some of what I don't like about it being an October OPEX is, right, if we're still on F-Man and March was only due to holiday deferment, then we should run in November, right? Like that's when the obligation should be covered and when everything should be due. But if we're going to just run every time they have sufficient obligations and they need to increase liquidity, then we could run on in October. So, you know, October is kind of important for, I think, for determining that. I'm leaning that they need to, especially since the split, they need to run it when they need liquidity. They don't care about the time frame, right? They just clear it when they need liquidity. End of story. Which actually simplifies it, because it's really easy to tell when, at least for us, when, you know, IJH and XRT and GME are all simultaneously very illiquid. And if that's where our focus needs to be, I think it helps improve the predictability of potential Opex runs. When was our last real Opex? May. I mean, technically August, but August was weird. August, they risked off the entire basket on the 16th because BBBY was running like crazy, right? So they like, you can look at all of the meme stocks on August 16th, which, you know, then led to August Opex being a big fucking nothing burger, right? Then they shorted the shit out of GME with XRT for September Opex, popped XRT onto Reg Show during September Opex. So they wouldn't have to report all the short selling they did. And now it's still on Reg Show. They do have to get it off Reg Show, so they can do that again, though. How does October Opex look compared to June Opex? Also picking up 10, 11, 18, 15C on Rev. I mean, a lot better because we have a net negative hedge, right? And in June we were positive. We had a positive hedge. Do you know how many OPEX coverings have begun on the Monday morning following expiration? Not a lot of them. Usually it's Tuesday or Wednesday. There's a couple that have had enough pressure to begin on Monday, like November, May of last year. I believe we started to see we saw some pressure building up on Friday and Monday, but we didn't really run till Tuesday. If they short with synthetics, then what creates the demand or need for liquidity? What? That is liquidity. Synthetics are liquidity. Synthetic liquidity is liquidity, which is what I've been trying to tell DRSers forever. Is DPI going up correlated with possible OPEX? Yes. Yeah, DPI is a, you know, a measure of asymmetric risk to a degree. It's not causative, but there is a correlation, a fairly strong one. Can they do the same thing with IWM that they do with XRT? Probably not. No. IWM doesn't really fail at a very high rate. And remember that all failures on an ETF are intentional. There's no reason to ever fail an ETF. So the only way someone fails an ETF is if, you know, they don't provide a locate and they don't care to provide a locate. So to get an ETF on Reg Show is an intentional act by the authorized participants of that ETF. They're intentionally failing. Because ETFs are infinitely liquid, right? They can, their shares outstanding can expand and contract based on market demand. Runs in October against our plans, or Fregs up again this November. Decisions. We'll see. Upstart looking bullish as fuck on the 5-minute. Do you think it's likely to run this early from the buildup of FTDs, or likely more time needed? It could run this early. There's quite a lot of obligations to unwind already. It's been on Reg Show for a decent amount of time now, and it's been consistently applying pressure to its hedge flip that entire time. Let's assume they had nothing but November contracts. Can they buy back early And create an October Opex. Sorry for all the questions. Let's assume who has November contracts. Yeah, they could close them early and create an October Opex. So yeah, that's something else. You know, as we approach the Opex expiration, and you like looked at XRT puts, which are an indication of marked long failed positions, right? There's like just shitloads of out of the money XRT puts, and we look at like the October 21, and we look at the November 18, and we can look at the December 16 expirations, right? And we'll see like 60,000 here, 120,000 here, maybe 80,000 here. This is an example. This is not the accurate numbers. Right? And October 21st approaches, they can close all of this out. Or we could see them roll this forward. So both of those can happen. It's tricky, and obviously, they understand that retail has some knowledge of their positioning, right, and that we understand how to leverage against it. And so, yeah, they can be a little tricky. It's a bit of a battle, but unlike them, we don't have to do anything. They do. They've created obligations that have to be settled. We can simply just position, and if they settle, we profit. The more they kick the can, the more the obligations build up. So it's like a game of cat and mouse. We didn't see a rise in IV on Thursday before Opex in June. If it increases more tomorrow, that's super bullish to me. It seems like a decent indicator. Yeah, but we did in September, and we definitely did in August. Beyond Reg Show 816, no shares to borrow and borrow rate at 77%. Looking at OI, maybe someone knows they need to cover. Yeah, that sounds very possible. Over time, this consistent volatility shorting eventually dries up the company's ability to get equity from its own common stock and can drive them out of business. Well, the biggest difference on GME is that people keep buying it, right? Whereas other stocks, they do this too. Every time it spikes, more people sell, right? So, on stocks like other stocks in the basket, they are slowly driving them out of business by shorting their volatility over time, because every time they cover their volatility shorts and the price spikes, long-term shareholders sell out, right? Repeated cycles of very, very low pricing to very high pricing are just going to encourage long-term holders to sell their positions. On GME, we keep buying the bottom instead of selling the top, right? And then what that does is, instead of the volatility short over time creating a downward trajectory, GME's volatility short over time creates an upward trajectory until they can get sufficient liquidity to short it back down, and then it starts again. So if you actually look at GME price action since since January 2021, after we hit like after February, so after the low, so liquidity was at its highest here in January. This is when the most people sold GME ever, which allowed them to bring the price really, really low, right? But in bringing the price really, really low synthetically, they had to cover their volatility short. And then we got Feb Opex, which is really what started the whole buy and hold mentality, right? And then, after Feb Opex, we got another spike for March Opex. And then we kind of dwindled off into the share offering in April. Then, we got May Opex, which led into earnings. And then we came down into July, where a massive amount of GME liquidity was dumped, which meant that August Opex, really didn't have a lot of obligations to solve. So it was very rapid and died off quickly. But with the transfer of ETFs, you know, they now had less liquidity to short with, because when GME was in the Russell 2K, and this is where everything kind of changes on GME, because with everything in Russell 2K, GME was very liquid in ETFs. And so they were able to, even though demand was extremely high, they had tons of ETF liquidity to stifle price action. After GME moved to the Russell 1K, they lost 12 million shares of, you know, ETF liquidity per day, right? Like compounded across each trading day, which is, you know, over a quarter billions of share, well, not a quarter, but maybe like over half a year, billions of potential short sales that they cannot transact anymore. And sure, they used that big liquidity dump from the sale and from the ETF rebalance to clear out GME's underlying FTDs. But they then had the problem where they had to short volatility with less liquidity, right? And then we start to see GME get more, it gets a little more touchy. It gets much more sensitive to buy pressure after August Opex. And, you know, we see the November spike where they have to off risk the basket on the November ETF FTDs on November 3rd. We see a massive like Opex for November, but cleared early, right? And then, you know, finally they have enough liquidity at the end of the year to really short us hard again. And they do. They short, you know, all the way through January, February, into March. But by the time March hits, they have a ton of obligations built up again. So, you know, we repeat this cycle. And now, you know, people are buying, and since the split, people are buying even more. I think retail shareholding's going up, and that puts, you know, even more pressure on the ETF liquidity because they have to lean on it more heavily. But because of the split, GME FTDs are going to be very low now. Like we're probably not going to see GME fail a lot anymore. But since we keep buying the bottom, you know, over time, you know, our baseline prices go up. And you know, GME very much, if we go out here on TradingView, it's really easy to see. Give me a second. I'll just do it on the one day. So if you actually look at GME over time, you know, you see that effect. You see that effect of us buying the bottom, which means that when they run the price to try to get us to sell, no one's really selling, right? Like we're selling our options contracts up and stuff, which gives them enough liquidity to short it back down, but no one's really selling their shares, right? So they need a bunch of liquidity, and this massive drop got them that, right? So, you know, they got enough leverage to tank the price from, you know, what did we hit, like 255 down into like the 180s, 150s. And that scared people enough to get them another round of liquidity to short, right? But then, you know, this year we start the same pattern again. It's a little lower and interest isn't as strong, but it's still there. We're still buying, right? We're still pressuring that floor. And one of the great things about us buying the dip is, sure, it doesn't improve price, but it keeps them from dropping the price lower because our demand picks up massively the lower the price gets. You're nerding out too hard right now. The pores are getting too jacked. Tone it down, Papa. I can see those nips from here and they're hard as diamonds. I mean, yeah, I'm nerding out a little hard. Nobody, I don't, I don't know how many people out there understand GME better than me, and I like to talk about it. Joke's on them. We buy the bottom, but more often we buy the top. Thank you so much, Seacraft. Can you clip that? Yeah, I can clip that. So, you know, even though people think I'm bearish on GME and all that, you know, remember that I still own it, right? I've never sold a single fucking share. They can't internalize IV. That's not how that works. Although the effect of internalization does drive IV down. Your accountant must think you're regarded. He did last year. I started selling cover calls this year. He doesn't anymore. Now he's jealous, which is what I wanted. This is when you give the best knowledge, and I love it. Thanks for helping me learn how to make my money work for me. You got it, man. Every time you talk about GME, your eyes flips and little hearts. I mean, I'm just honest about how I feel about GME, right? Like, there's everything has negative aspects. That doesn't mean it's not a good investment. Keep going. I'm getting close. Finish it off with Rev. Ron Perlman's been lending his shares out. Say those special things to me. I love to hear you talk, GME. No doubting you, mate. Thanks, Bithead. I appreciate it, man. Everything, really, I do. This is definitely why I became a pigeon whale. Definitely the best teacher ever here. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Tom Tom. First pigeon whale. I wish I found this channel a lot earlier. I held huge gains on GME. I would not be as much of a poor. You're a genius. I don't know about that, but this is the thing I'm good at. Upstart slammed, just like you said, once it got to 24.56. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. I gotta give it to you, bro. This is one of the best streams ever. I've been here for over a year, and the concise explanations get better and better. Or maybe I'm just understanding you now. It might be the latter. The recipient of my gift has yet to appear in chat. I think you've gifted a lurker, Bipolar Bear. Thoughts on my SPY SPX for today, tomorrow? Do you think there will be any more dips back below 370? We could fall back below 370. That's definitely possible. There's still a lot of put interest in 370. Less than yesterday, but still quite a bit. Like I said, once we hit this range, dead. And it's followed exactly kind of what I expected it to do. Do we have evidence that Perelman has been loaning out his shares? No, but we have evidence that he can, which may be better. It's way more bias confirming. Friends with financial benefits starting to get super stonky. I mean, Pickle Jar was too for a while. I just banned a bunch of people. Pull your dicks out for GMA. Okay. Thanks, Eldan Ring. I love you, friend. Giggled at whoever said they wish they found you earlier. We lost a lot of money learning some of this together. Super pumped to dance with GME again. Me too. I'm excited. I like it. I like it when I feel like the shorts give a shit. Garrick, your knowledge base in the span of a year has greatly increased and your oratory skills are finely tuned. Well, thank you. Pickle Man, I spent a lot of time in a stonky place before realizing the folly. I appreciate your willingness to explain things to the Windows lickers, which takes patience. Thanks for what you're doing. Thanks, Bot Wookie. I appreciate it, man. My accountant stopped thinking I was regarded at some point this summer. That changed when Rev entered the picture. Why is BTU halted? I have no idea. Merger? I hope. The earnings were good. Quarterly earnings of $112 a share. Was that a 20% surprise? I think 20%. Well, 20% up. I don't know why it's halted. There's some merger rumors going on. I take it you're also in BTU. I fucking love BTU. So the ETF rebalance on F, man, they're generally are capped to those months unless they create forwards. Yeah, but they can cover those forwards in the months before they're due, right? So the forward isn't locked in to that expiration. They can close it out at any time. And that's what makes it more of a game of cat and mouse, right? If they cover more forward contracts faster, we get like that price action we saw from like May through July where they were trying to get out of their positioning, right? Before the split. Right, we had like May, June, and July, and then August ETF FTDs, and then August risk off. So they can just I mean, if I'm right, and all of the shorting done to GME is volatility shorting, for the most part, then they can walk away from the position at any time. It takes a little bit of effort, like we saw here, but they can walk away. No, it doesn't, Archeo. Did you eat yesterday? I was scared when you said you hadn't eaten in a while. I did. I finally ate. I just forgot to for a bit. When I started the SIE, the instructor said that there was one thing you can't substitute. It's a knowledgeable mentor willing to share what they know. For me, that's you, bro. Thank you. Thanks, man. Not a problem. Happy to do it. I'm my own accountant. I don't know how to feel about myself. Says news pending. Nice. I don't know what's going on in here, but the chat is fun. Thanks for streaming. You got it, dude. Can you look into BTS and let us know if you come back a K-pop boy band fan? I don't think that's going to happen. The Sentimento is starting to get into the dark green. Need to pull it back a bit. I have 10 shares of BTU. Should I put in my notice at work? Probably not. What would happen if Rev were delisted and Perelman recalled his shares as soon as possible after the announcement? I don't know. It depends on if he's been lending them, right? All we know is that he can lend them. And in the market, if there's a way to make money, someone's usually taking advantage of it. Your School of Stock videos are terrible, but also highly educational. Have you considered doing them live style a la hot tub stream? Just give the rundown, then answer the questions. The style suits you. Maybe. I don't know. I know they're terrible. I'm not a video editor. I'm not good at it. They're just like PowerPoints of me talking over them. I guess no, but I could. I have to think about it. I don't want to do it like a stream. Man, we're really plowing through Opex phases. When Opex, what options? Thanks, Gherk. Worried about Gherk health. Bullish. What are other good bread and butter stocks like Cat and V? I mean, you have to find them. I've done a lot of similar trading on Oxy this year. Also hard to value because it's so intrinsically tied to something volatile like oil. Last year I traded a lot of Mara for similar reasons, right? Very hard to value because so much of its value is tied to Bitcoin. It's one way to look at it, I guess. It's not the only thing that's important, but it's an aspect of those trades. Visa is actually not that hard to value. It's just volatile because the economy is kind of volatile. Hey, there's the liquidity. Took a while. I mean, they really tried to fight it, right? Observe Prometheus. Well, because they had to get some liquidity, right? They weren't getting enough in pre-market, and arbitrage was skewing positive. Dick's too big to hold in the square. Yeah. A little bit of a risk off. We'll see if this continues. Remember, $26 is still a very strong wall. At least until the end of the week. Is there a PT for GME? If we get volume like this, yeah, Gamma Max. 10 to 15% above Gamma Max. If it's a big Opex, we could go higher. Remember, there's still some ETFs that I don't think are showing that their share ownership has increased since the split. So that's interesting. Because all the ETFs should have 4 times the number of GME shares. But XRT is showing that it has like 30,000 GME shares, which is not accurate. Like they should have far more than that. Is the volatility play you believe is influencing GME price action mutually exclusive from things like swaps? I mean, not swaps. I don't really think swaps are. I mean, I know they swap out volatility and stuff to offset their hedge, but I think more than the swaps, it's reliant on forward contracts or single stock futures, which are not 700K shares of GME still outstanding to be bought. Yeah, that's what I thought. I gotta hit you up. Remind me to hit you up, Turd, and because I need to figure out where you get the daily balance for XRT from, so I can load that every day. I'm already up 20% on my Opex calls. Congratulations. Did Upstart just break through the gamma flip point? No, it's just pushing into it. Remember, the gamma flip point is elastic. It's not a static number. So it's Upstart's currently pressuring the gamma flip point. but it's not breaking out. GME just broke out of it. It's gamma neutral. Or it's breaking out into its gamma neutral. They'll try to stuff price action here to keep the hedge from flipping. They don't want the hedge to flip until next week. So watch in real time. You can watch my contracts there on the right, and you can watch them turn down, like short the volatility and try to bring the price action under control. It's very unlikely for us to flip before. The only way we flip before the end of the week is if they were mispositioned like they were in November, or they just have weak positioning like they did in November. I'm gonna hold them through next week. Your huge melon is in the way. In the way of what? The contracts are clearly to my right. See, they're already down massively. What's your Apple play? Probably kind of stupid, but I like it. That reminds me, I wanted to buy more of that. Thanks for looking at dicks all day long for us, Garrick. I bought back my CCs this morning based on your data. Closed up 80%. Thanks, man. With the SPX puts expiring tomorrow, do you think we see ups tomorrow? No, they're cash settled. They'll probably hold them into close. Just logged in. Any idea what, maybe at the very end of the day? Any idea what caused the sudden volume on GME? They had to get some liquidity. I didn't buy puts on GME. Not yet. I didn't panic buy back my cover calls. Witness me, Gurk. I'm learning. I mean, I just set a buy order for 5 cents for them today and then closed them out. CC's still open just for the sheer thrill of it. Would there be any point of selling your GME Opex contracts at the top near 25.50 and then buying them back now? Yeah, you could do that because you sell the volatility, and then when the volatility tanks, you capture the profits. It's tight. I mean, you don't have a lot of time to do it, but it can be done. Wait, you guys are selling CCs into Opex? Tisk tisk. Yeah, I can't caution. I'll do my monthly Opex caution about covered calls. Selling covered calls into an Opex period, regardless of if you think it will run or not, is extremely risky, and your chance of assignment is very, very high. 25 CC safe. Okay, Moonwin. Maybe Butter Peanut. What was that? Got to get rid of some risk. That's all it is, right? It's just a spike in volume. They saw an opportunity to buy some shares back. So it's covering to a degree, but it's very small. Nice, dude. I just sell in the money CCs at the top to retain tax advantage. I don't capture as much of the run profitably as I could with my shares, but I also just keep my shares. And it shaved my cost basis down a lot. I mean, my current cost basis on GME is like $7. If we get another Opex run, I'll probably get it down to like 4. Do you think we'll go lower from a strategy perspective? Why not take profits on this little Opex bump and reposition next week? Why not take profits on the little Opex bump and reposition next week? You could. But you might not get an opportunity to. So here's the deal. By trying to capture profits too early, you risk just IV continuing to climb and you not being able to buy in at the same level anymore. So you can try to trade it, but I guarantee you'll do worse than if you just waited it out. FTD short interest in Gamma Ramp on Upstart is ridiculous. I'm aware. Well, they probably also, like, they shorted the breakout fast, but they also probably caused it, right? I told you they were a little desperate for liquidity this morning. They had to get it at some point, and they finally did. That arbitrage is going to be resolved one way or another. It's like a constant. What's up with BTU? I'm poor and I have to work. It got halted due to pending news. Suspended due to pending news. I think they're maybe moving forward with a merger, which I'm excited about. I own a lot of BTU, but I don't have to watch it. Reddit porn bots are trying to spam your daily post. Bullish. Nice. It's just algorithms. Yeah, I mean, you can just use algorithms to manage the position. I would imagine that someone is watching them. Like, they don't just let algorithms run wild, but there's probably a team that works on these short vol positions. When we do have an Opex run, how can you tell we've had the peak instead of waiting T+2 for a higher high? Just based on Gamma Max? Yeah, if Gamma Max continues to drive up, then we're still gonna move up. I mean, if you have high volume and significant price increase, you'll have T+2 action, right? GME's very illiquid. The market maker has to get a lot of synthetic liquidity. They're going to clear it out in T+2. So if you have an initial run of like 30 or 40%, you're going to have a continuation of that run. Eventually, we push up through Gamma Max and the cost of buying calls becomes too expensive, right? And then, the bull side weakens. And that's when, the market maker will start to short the price back down. 1,300 people watching and learning, but 800 of us don't like learning, so they don't like the stream. Free education isn't worth the click, I guess. Wow, way to shame people into liking the stream, Papa Muff. Nice. I better than I would have done. The Short Destroyer got banned from Super Smooth. Haha. I don't even know who the fuck that is. Sounds like an idiot. Are you saying that thoughtbots are leading indicators? Could be. BTU suspended. Yeah, the possible merger. We'll see. I mean, they haven't announced a possible merger, but there's been some rumors floating around. What's Fubo's Gamma Max? Give me a second there. I can tell you. Gamma Max on Fubo is at $8.28. Do you see GME shorted down to 23 before a possible Opex run? No, I don't think they have enough liquidity. I don't think they have enough liquidity to drive the price much lower than they've got it. At least not now. After Opex, they could. If it's a Nopex, they will have that liquidity. PT for SPX time horizon? Thoughts on Fubo next week? Ops for Opex? Possible, but probably not a lot of them. So if we do not pass Gamma Max sometimes on Tuesday, time to get out? No. If we run up really hard, like 32, 33, and we haven't crossed Gamma Max, that just means we're probably going to keep going up, actually. The only Opex that we haven't crossed Gamma Max on was in May. And that's just because people weren't prepared for it. No one expected it. And even then we still had a second higher peak. How long do ETFs have to rebalance GME split ratios into their NAV? It should already be done, frankly. Unless they've, overlent their shares. Which, of course they would never do something like that. There was something I needed to check, and now I forgot what it was. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just... Shift share showing lots of calls in the last 15. So someone may have just bought a large block of calls, and that was the effect of the market maker hedge. Looks like Ape stock is showing similar move to AMC for Jan 2021. Can you check? Adam Aaron recently announced 450 million dilution, and AMC has been squeezing after share offerings. But Ape was the dilution. There's a deleveraging there from the arbitrage short that can occur, but it's not going to create a significant amount of price action. Opex is usually chase gamma maxes. Yeah. When you straddle overnight, what's your signal to sell the weaker leg? Today I shut down the weaker leg because we just started bouncing at market open, right? Generally speaking, I'll hold it a little longer. I usually buy 5 DTE. But today we opened relatively near my straddle, and it looked like, we gapped down at open. It looked like we were gonna fill that gap to the upside, which we did. So I closed the short leg at open, because it was barely a loss, like 5%. And then I left the long leg open and closed it out like right around. I think I got stopped out of it like right around there. Sorry, right around that point. That's a funny way to say liquidity test. Price target for SPX November call. I have 3800s. I'm confident that 3800s will go into the money at some point between now and November 18th. GME options buys are 1 DTEs, 24, 25, 25, 50, 26. Ew. Huh. 24s are interesting. In the money is strange. I'm probably not playing GME Opex this month because I opened those very far dated cover calls. But there will be a chance to buy them back by then driving the price of the stock under 20. Ah. Why don't you wait for Opex to sell covered calls? Or why don't you just get them back before Opex and then sell them again after? Seems like leaving a lot of potential profitability on the table at the... That's all buy to close? Oh, okay. So they're dumping their short calls. Tesla dead? I mean, earnings weren't great. It's trying to recover. It'll probably run with Opex, if that makes you feel any better. Third-party reports of earnings for quarter ending September 30th, 2022 are false. Ooh, spicy. Someone's doing that's actually an illegal. Oh, I like that. I spent the premiums already on Upstart calls. When Upstart runs, I'll buy them back. Huh. Someone's doing a crime. Yeah. Yeah, crime. Yeah, like this. Look, it's super stonk. The CCs are also 50% over my cost basis. I don't get a sign unless we touch 120 on this run either. Yeah, still, I'd have waited till next week to sell them. I don't. You're not gonna be around though, right? That was the problem. Yeah, but it's not even on GME. It's on BTU. It's just somebody misreporting falsified earnings. That's some. That's some like. It's some pretty weak ass shit. VIX is cooling. It's just slow. Fubo's making moves. It's moving up. Yeah. Too late to position for Opex on GME. Also, how do you get one of those gifted memberships? Oh, you just, when someone gifts the memberships, you just click the little box and turn on gifting, and then you're eligible. Hey, Greg, it's a good day. Left the hospital, came home, recovering well. Congratulations, man. Made $95. Even better. Cheers, dude. I hope you're getting better. Probably not, to be honest. I sold Gen 2020 50s or 2025s, 60s for $7 a contract. I figure getting an upstart position would maximize those premiums. Then I can buy them back after Opex run when price drops. That's fair. Yeah, you're probably not going to get assigned on them. I don't know if you had to go that far out of the money, but you probably won't get assigned on them. Depending on when you sold them, though, I don't know how much cheaper they're going to be after Opex. They're really not going to be affected by near-term price action very much. But I get what you're doing. You're getting like a risk-free loan against your shares in order to go long Opex. Then you take the profits from Opex, buy back maybe slightly cheaper. Could be a while until you can buy those back, though. Can we please have a Centaur subsection in the Discord? It's becoming a lifestyle and a subculture at this point. I really don't want to promote the continuation of the Centaur mythos. I'm looking at SPX option chain, and there is the normal 0DTE and then there's SPXW 0DTE. What's the difference? Why are there two? You have AM. You should have like an AM expiration and a standard expiration. It might that your brokerage might divide it up that way. Been learning a lot off you the past year. Thank you, man. Gonna upgrade to Dillionaire. Fuck yeah, Matt Davies. That's awesome, dude. Thank you so much. I accidentally bought a bunch of November Upstart contracts yesterday and sold them this morning for a 40% profit. Thanks for making me type in the ticker yesterday to look at it. No problem, dude. Have you entered Sherwin yet? Is now not a good... Is it not... Is it... If not, is now a good entry. I am in Sherwin, but I'll check it out. I haven't looked at it for a few days. Yeah, it's not bad. I bought in a little bit already on Monday. I might buy in more. It's approaching. I'll just show everyone. I don't care at this point. It's approaching that zone that I wanted to buy contracts in, but earnings is also getting really close. Like earnings is on the 25th. So you're probably gonna run out of time before IV starts pricing up. I bought back here. I just had auto buys set. But yeah, I think there's probably an opportunity to get in. What's it trading at right now? Oh, it's right at my buy right now. So it's not in a bad range. At least I don't think it is. Matt Davies, welcome aboard, dude. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added. Or check out the what's the channel called? It's like it's under general chat. It's one of the threads. It's called How Do I Link Accounts and Get into the Country Club. It can take a couple hours for the server to sync. Okay, I gotta move J-Fresh. He's really fucking getting up in my business. They're already 8%, but I sold them at a relatively high IV, and the Vingo's pretty sweet on them. I figured that I might be able to buy them back if and when the IV crush drops the price. Okay. That's reasonable. SPXW is the weekly contract. Oh, okay. I don't know. My broker doesn't list them that way. Well, where I mostly trade them, it just says SPX. With PM. Yeah, I know they have PM expiration. AM expiry are actually SPX options, aren't they? Yes. Do you have a grandma named Gertrude? No. It's called hashtag Centaur Picks. Oh, Jesus. Fubo call 1 DTE. Let's go. Not gonna lie, I like your stream and all, but I'm more about sweepstakes. The thrill of winning prizes I don't deserve just for the ego boost. Today I didn't win, but there's always tomorrow. Fair enough. SPX retesting 3,700 by the end of the day. It's at 3,722. Oh, you mean to the downside? Maybe, yeah. I mean, there's enough put gravity there to pull us down, so it's possible. I think we're kind of just in a dead zone. So unless we get some actual pressure moving us one way or the other, we're not going to do a lot. Which makes the runs on like the run up on GME even more interesting, right? Because it just happened when the market's stagnating. Will spy puts give up yet? Fuck no. I'm not gonna lie, getting excited for this month's GME rug pull, right? Also, if I can't buy them back and we run insanely hard, I'll just sell my shares at a profit. True. Yeah. I don't think anybody's gonna exercise a $60 call for 2025 though. So it's really unlikely that you'll sell any of your shares. When are you going to become a financial advisor? Not today. Been there, done that. I'm okay. Why do so many subreddits hate you? You're awesome, knowledgeable, and down to earth. I'm antagonistic, and I tell them truths they don't want to hear, but they also can't deny because either they don't have the knowledge to refute me or I'm right. And that really pisses people off. They also don't like eggplant. Thank you. That's a good point. Velvet Jupiter, I'm not talking to you anymore, so you re-pigeon whale. It's ridiculous at this point. You fucking paper-handed bitch. I'll send all of my messages to you through emergency exit only from now on. Personally, I think they hate you because you ain't you. If you don't have haters, you're not doing it right. Down to earth is debatable, but you're still awesome. I downloaded a copy of African American Adam. It's like a long commercial of how awesome Dwayne Johnson is. That's kind of cool. Seriously though, how successfully could us GME bag holders throw a wrench into the GME volatility play to actually cause grief to Wall Street, and could it make headlines ever again? Yeah, if all of Superstock went out and bought fuck ton of calls out of the money during an Opex run while it was running, and continued to pressure Gamma Max even when the price of calls was so fucking ridiculous that they were in fact throwing their money away like they did in January, then yeah, they could really just dumb as dirt call buying, like farthest top of the chain fucking options and just millions of them. Then absolutely, yeah. I mean, they're gonna keep seeking that level until they can break down gamma expansion, and so sure, it's not gonna happen, but it could. The real black swan event was people full bull YOLOing into calls. Time to run up those likes. 1.2k watching and only 600 likes. Run it. If you guys could, drop a like. It's a big help, and it's a great way to show the YouTube algorithm that I'm better than other people. SS will never do that. Wall Street Bets might. Yeah. But Wall Street Bets has lost all their money. Chasing shit like INTR and or what was that other shitty one? Bobby Wish, DWAC, BBIG. BTU suspended. Yeah, apparently leaked falsified earnings reports. Dr. Suzanne Pulte said we can't DS our call options. Options bad. I don't think she ever said options bad. Hear me out. What if there was a massive heap of PMCCs were bought and executed up the ladder during an OPEX run? But you know that's like a neutral position, right? So you're buying a call from the MM and then you're selling a call to the MM. Here's how you create MOASS. Everyone buys fuck tons of calls. The price rises because they have obligations to cover. All those calls go in the money. Everybody sells some of their calls to exercise other calls. Then when they need liquidity to short the price of the stock back down, it's all being bled out into exercised calls, and they have no liquidity. So they have to go to the market to get it. Then price goes up even more. Over and over and over again, climbing infinitely into the sky. People will never do that, though. So, Look up the Spiffing Brit. He has a bunch of YouTube algo stuff if you're that interested. That means like more people in here, though. You know, and then it gets overcrowded. And I get in fights with people. GME off exchange, they unplugged the wire. No, they just turned off the buy button again, right? I mean, of course. It doesn't matter. They still have to go to the market to buy the shares. So they're not going to turn off their own buy button if their only way of getting rid of their risk is to keep buying. Used to exclusively scalp. You've given me the patience and it shows in my P&L. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. Yeah, swing trading is much more profitable than scalping. But it does take patience, time, resolve. It's difficult. My suspicion is growing. You have said the DD is never done. You allowed the channel. You allowed a channel for the deep dive into macros being Rick of Spades, and yet you want us to believe the Centaur DD is done. You know, if I'm not a fucking centaur, Fluffy. All right, you know this better than anyone. You've seen the OnlyFans. Spiffin Brit is the best clickbaiter ever. I don't want to be clickbaity. I hate that. Like, I don't want to be the things I don't like about YouTube. So I just kind of do it my way, and if people like it, they can watch it. If they don't, they can fuck right off. Is Gen 2021 event actually a risk to the entire market? No. It was a risk, but I mean, it wasn't gonna blow up the market. They had it very much under control. Their positions got stressed to near breaking point, but not breaking point. Everyone thinks Citadel was going to blow up. Meanwhile, Citadel's running around loaning everybody money so that they don't fail and blow up their positions. Sometimes when you're selling, so think of the volatility shorters in the market, like Citadel and Two Sigma and all those guys. Think of them like insurance providers. They are pricing down the cost of risk through competition, which allows longs to offset their risk, right? They turned off the buy. No, they turned off the buy button because fucking Wolverine and Robin Hood had no money. And they didn't turn off the buy button everywhere. That's what happens when you use a self-clearing broker with only $50 billion in assets to conduct all your trades. Especially when, hundreds of thousands of people use that same shit broker all at once. Why Peter from IBKR said it might create a run on the banks, primes. Oh, because if, funds start failing, then the risk falls to their primes. My fragile and delicate sensibilities can't take all your curse words. Sorry. If you show us at least your hooves, you could put this centaur talk to bed for once. Pictures of my calves are already available in the Discord. Everywhere but Fidelity and Vanguard. I mean, like I had WeBull at the time. I had Schwab. Schwab I didn't have any real problems with. I got cut off on Fidelity for like 10 minutes. Vanguard was fine through the whole thing. WeBull was down for about 2 hours, then it was back up, and then it was down for another hour. Robinhood just turned off buying for the entire fucking week. I was there. I was fucking. I already had a position when it was going on. It gets a little blown out of proportion, and they've already explained the reasoning behind it. There's no arguing it. It's over. It's done with. And yeah, they'll fucking do it again. You guys want to see my calves? Might compete with Gurks. Ew. Wall Street bets will always have money. Those degens will find the money. They will borrow it, margin it, and leverage their ports to get more. Wall Street bets will always have cash. Less and less, though, right? They're not going to be as flush as they were then after a year of bull rally from the market crash. Fidelity is a great place to keep your money because they're a private company and have 11 trillion in assets. Yeah, I'm aware. The real question is, was computer share up during that event? I have no idea. What's your cost basis on Upstart for my shares? 23 something, like 23 and change. It was 23, but then I closed some covered calls on it this week. 2360 something maybe. At Ally at the time, they turned off buying, canceled all good to close orders, and you couldn't log into their site. Their customer service was disconnected. That's just like the brokerage getting overloaded, right? Their systems aren't really built to withstand that kind of volume. It's been 5 months since I last saw Cardi VWAP. She's still thick. She was on a stream card the other day. How do you balance the hold 'em, fold 'em dichotomy? That's part of the skill of trading, right? Hmm. You think SPY SPX is just gonna chop here again like yesterday? This range is just awful. Yeah, I do. I know, it's super boring. Are Hyundai Santa Cruz the new El Camino? I don't know. Are they like the same shape? Hey there, long time lurker, first time commenter. Did you enter your Opex position yet? Let me know so I can YOLO without any research and then blame you when I don't sell. Thanks. I did. I did. I answered it yesterday. Same like Subaru Baja. Gork, red candle. Is this me losing everything? It's just the start. The most valuable thing I've gotten out of this stream is to play the Monkey Island games. That, and I guess the Theta Strats are cool too. Thanks, Gork. You're welcome, Ralph Wiggum. Remember, it's puts lift, then SLD a little, then more lifting puts, then and SLD, rinse and repeat. Is there a date when SLD is over? Yeah, the deposit period ends at Monday at the opening bell. Choo Choo Cthulhu. Something that doesn't get enough attention. The government funded a shit ton of degeneracy last year via waves and waves of stimmies. Kind of a perfect storm situation. Yeah, it was. Absolutely. I totally agree with you. Yeah, I wire transferred money into Schwab because it was just up and running. I didn't have a problem. And I still have shares of GME and Vanguard for the same reason, and I really need to move those somewhere else. If you guys have ever sold a covered call in Vanguard, Jesus fucking Christ. It's the worst. That's just my opinion on Wall Street Bets. Wall Street Bets is scary for hedge funds because they have infinite liquidity and will just degen into plays like idiots. They're dumb but not broke. Yeah, but that can be turned to your own advantage too, right? Bullish articles are coming out about GME and how it might surprise investors again. Looks like Opex. I love it when they start writing bullish articles so that we can pay to drive up their volatility that they're going to short at the top. Great guys. Vanguard's same like DRS. I mean, close. At least you can still sell a covered call. from Vanguard. DM me in Discord if you ever have Schwab questions. Okay. Did the market get some news? No. There's just a lot of puts at 3,700. Get any sleep last night? A little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. Would I be regarded for selling CAT November 175s for capital for GME Opex? It's been so disappointing the last few Opexes, and I finally got a great entry on CAT. I can't have much more cash. Can't have more cash until Monday. For sure. CAT November 175s for capital for GME Opex. You know, if the market rises next week, CAT will too, though, right? I mean, you're probably fine waiting till Monday to enter an Opex position. Eat anything? You need veggies, young man. Not really, no. How did you sleep? Okay. I got an article in my Flipboard called The Return of the Lipstick King. Is this a sign of Rev-ups or a sign I have too much Rev? Both. I mean, their algorithm is shipping you those articles, so you've clearly been Googling it way too much. Would you consider now to be a good time to get some GME November $60 calls? I mean, those are very far out of the money. I hope you understand that's mostly an IV play. Not bad. IV's pretty low for today. The God algo? Of course. XRT 1.5 million FTDs tomorrow. That's not really the way that works with Reg Show. You're forgetting the offsetting that Reg Show causes. Also, FTDs and like FTDs on XRT are never going to be realized in like the T plus 2 plus 35 period. The real question is they'll just clear them right away, right? There's infinite liquidity. The real question is, are you a backside or belly sleeper? In between side and belly. Yeah, I do. I was thinking of a possible IV pump on the T plus 2 after Opex. Okay. Can you say again what GME is on Upstart currently? Gamma on Upstart is flat from $30 to $600. So there's really nothing stopping the expansion of Gamma as the price moves up. But in the 30s. Is it wise to go long, short, or stay on the sidelines on Snap before their earnings at end of day? It's up to you. I closed the CCs I sold yesterday this morning. I'm gonna reopen them tonight before earnings. It's still climbing, so IV's still moving up. I got stopped out of my CCs here, and then I'm gonna sell them in the money into earnings tonight. It's just like a quick buy right into assignment. IV is still crazy high. If you already sold your covered calls on it and they're in the money, what do you care? That was the point of the play, right? You just buy it, sell a covered call, and then hopefully get assigned. Like you're just selling the volatility on top of a slight price increase. Inflation update. Pack of Costco ribeye steaks is $77. Thanks, Stefan. Since I bought Rev, I've bought 2 different face masks, 2 different moisturizers, an eye cream, 2 face washes, none from Revlon, but still too many beauty products. Trying out the competition. Does Fubo release last week indicate that they may have an earnings report in November that could cause moderate ups? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a signal to institutional longs that, they're changing their business model and are also going to have fairly good earnings. Are you going to dump your shares on this one or sell in the money CCs? I mean, it depends on how much it runs up, right? If Upstart hits 40 over the next couple weeks, I'll sell in the money covered calls at like fucking $25 and just have free shares of Upstart. I'm okay with that. I don't think the company's that bad. I think it's undervalued. I think they're actually pretty well run and their balance sheet's decent. I did the dumb thing and protected my Tesla weeklies with puts yesterday. I went small because they're expensive, but I made 12%. Definitely not worth the risk. Yeah. I sold some in the money Tesla calls yesterday, and I'm not getting assigned. Do you sell your your GME and the money CCs into the following ETF FTD strike date, closing early? I do, actually. Do you ever use AVWAP in TA? What's it useful to identify? The average VWAP? Or anchored VWAP? I've never seen it abbreviated before. Um, yeah, I use anchored VWAPs. Long term. I would say that average view or anchored VWAP is best at seeing where the majority of longs are positioned. So by using that, you can kind of tell where most of the ownership cost basis lies. Do you think they have the strength to push SPY to 360 by tomorrow? Friendometer is ready to run. I don't think we're going to see 360 by tomorrow. That seems ridiculous. We might, but probably not. 365 or 3650, whichever one you want. What I would say would be the low. Shifts are showing deep in the money, $40 puts, $75 puts. Over 3 million bought just around the time of today's pullback from the peak. 2 million of that expiring tomorrow. The other third Jan 23 $75 puts. For Upstart, I mean that sounds to me like you're seeing near term shorting via puts, and long term selling of puts to capture the entropy move. That would be the entropy hedge. I was checking out Upstart the other day. Cash flow didn't seem too bad. Might go long term after and Squart plays. Yeah, Upstart looks pretty decent actually. The cash flow is not bad. I agree. Do you always sell your shares via CCs so far in the money that assignment is highly likely in order to capture extra premium on the sale of those shares? No, I don't sell shares via CCs. I will take risk of assignment to capture a like a short-term upside move. But I'm not selling shares via covered calls. If I'm selling shares, I'm selling the shares. But if I own a stock and it spikes hard, right, then I'll sell in the money covered calls because as the exuberance dies, the price is likely to find a lower level. Right, and then that way I capture that move with my long-term holding, but I still retain my long-term holding. Have you ever had a negative SMA? No? When do you cut Upstart? December's with no VUPs. November Opex? Sorry for GME. Oh, okay. Yeah, it sounds like entropy. Entropy, like near-term shorting and entropy hedging. I would say probably sold 75s, bought 40s. Or bought 40s. So I can kind of show you that on it's like a bull put spread, right? Well, it's like a calendar bull put spread. Do. Give me build. So we're doing 25 and 40. Okay, this is the God damn it. Hold on. I'm trying to set it up. And those are Jan 20s. Okay, so it's like, and then I gotta change. Hold on, I gotta change that to 2. There we go. Okay, here you're gonna look at it this way. So it's an extremely neutral position, right? Right. So bought to open September 40s, right, which shorts the stock in the near term, right? And then when these close, watch. So after Friday, when these close, then this becomes profitable to the upside. And see how like the profitability by expiration is mostly unaffected by increases in volatility. Like, no matter what, even if Ivy spikes to 500 by January 20th, they still return 3%. So, you know, for 750 margin per set of contracts, and you could probably even go higher on this. So if I reopen this, you could go like 3-to-1. And that makes it a credit. So if you do it this way, over time, you know, as long as we fall back into the same range that we're trading at now, although I think as a debit it's better. Why did that change? I fucked something up here. Oh, because I have volatility maxed out. There we go. There. So look at that. So if you look at the position over time, right, they're protected from an upside move. Because remember, this closes on Friday. And then they can close the puts at the top. And when they close these puts, these in-the-money puts at the top, they collapse gamma and kill the run. So Ivy spikes, and then Ivy falls back down, and then they close the puts, and the price tanks. Super fun. No, I'm just showing them what the shorties are doing. BT a good price to buy now. Isn't it still halted? Oh no, it's unhalted. I don't really like it above 20, but you could. More like a cry for help and maybe a total degen. I mean, you just captured a nice opportunity there, right? Like, I don't think that was a bad choice. The chances of rejection off gamma neutral were really high. The BlackRock handler won't be happy. I'm sorry. Could I be an MM and sell calls on any stock at very high strikes, creating a very large bullish chain? Well, you're not an MM, so no. My super rich cousin's institutional financial advisors are warning him of a flash crash, 15% or more starting tomorrow. Just SLD, or I guess it's possible. Sounds like nonsense, but maybe. I could see us, I don't know, about 15%, maybe 150 basis points. If you were to guess how big the GME order was yesterday, is 1 to 2 million shares a good guess? Maybe. It could have been that high. I don't think it was quite that high. Maybe like 1 million shares. Could also be the UK contagion. True. Speaking of which, how's that doing? I don't think the pound's doing badly. It's up today. Euro's up today too. Treasury bonds are down a bit, I guess. Like T-bond futures are down a bit. But those have been driving down for months now. How many people do you think actively work on the GME position at the short vol company? I don't think they give a fuck about GME. I think they just short volatility across everything. It's just more pronounced on GME. GME is tiny in terms of their risk. 100 million shares. Okay. 100 million shares? Oh. And yeah, you could if you had enough margin. Sorry guys, that was me. I bought 300 million GME shares yesterday. Don't worry. I'll DRS all of them. Thanks, man. Next week, big vuppies from puts closing unless we get some really bad news. Is the idea right? Yeah, and interestingly, if we do get really, really bad news, institutions aren't going to be very well positioned for it. And that's actually really bad. Like, that could hurtle us into a depression. Because, like, downside positioning is not very strong. I mean, they'll position, but they'll lose a lot of money. If there was, like, a market crash-inducing event over the weekend. I don't think there will be. I think we're fine. I'm not super worried about it. Institutional financial advisors are idiots. I've seen guys that, you know, were giving financial advice to billionaires and hours later snorting blow out of the ass crack of a stripper. Good times, yeah. Where do I sign up? If Mr. Musk were right and Tesla reaches market cap of Aramco and Apple combined, what would take Tesla share? What would that take Tesla share price to? I just add up Apple and Aramco, and then, you know, take the total value and divide it by the number of shares outstanding Tesla has. Something you said the other day has been weighing on me pretty heavily, and I need to get this off my chest. Basis points is not easier to say than percent. It's an extra syllable. You can call them bips or just points. You can just say 300 points. And 300 points is a lot easier to say than 3%. But it's more important when it's like 3.26%, right? Because you have to say 3.26%, or you have to say, or you could say 326 points, right? Which is a lot easier. It's October 20th, and we haven't had a major midterm election event yet. Don't be surprised if something happens this weekend. Okay. I did it again. I interpreted everything you said today as spy MOASS and full port with baby bulls. Dude, I didn't say anything about spy MOASSing. I said it was going to get stuck between 3,700 and 3,730 and then drop again. And it's done exactly what I said. But you know what? It doesn't matter what I say to you. You just buy a bunch of calls. Okay, see you now. I take back everything I said. Sorry I flew off the handle. It's okay, Ryan. Forgiven. Or you could be NPR Marketplace and always say 0.2% and be annoying. No one likes those assholes. With full porting into GME, I am in. Let's fucking go. I don't know about full porting, but I'm mostly ported into GME already. I mean, yeah, SPY SPX straddles are still going to keep printing as long as the VIX remains high. Probably after too, but then you start to question, why are you buying the put side anymore? Why did the pickle man make the SPY mad? Good question. How do active funds make money? If they sell when the price is falling and buy when the price is rising, management fees. Wall Street makes its money off transactions for the most part. The more volume, the better. They also track the indices 1-to-1, right? So their job is to maintain NAV that tracks the index that they are following, right? So they're supposed to be priced 1-to-1 with whatever index they're tracking. So if the index sells off, they sell off. If the index buys, they buy. There's slippage. The further out removed you get from the primary index, the more and more slippage there is, or arbitrage. But they also make money on that. I was recently told I'm a sweet summer child. How can I capitalize off that? Is Pickle Financial the same like Trump University? No, I'm here every day. Taiwan over the weekend? Maybe. Or just right now. Gherk, when my wife blew that first Tootski in my Funyun ring, I knew I had to keep her. Happy to say she doesn't scream as much anymore, and she will never get skin cancer. Jesus Christ. That's a lot. That's, you know, I love that you guys are happy together. Do you have a sheet of paper for these reply zingers? No? We'll be around for the next 10 plus years for not financial advice. Need handholding to retire early? Probably not. I don't know. Yeah, probably 10 years. That's like a long. Don't try to. I don't like commitment. Did Superstock buy our baby BBBY bags? And how do we get them to buy our Rev bags? I don't know. I think our BBBY bought all the BBBY bags. How do you find these magical support lines for SPX? I just put them there. I don't even have all of them on this chart. Like I have a trading view chart that I'm mostly trading off of for SPX. I don't really watch the WeBull one. We're almost out of the pimento, guys. We're breaking out of the pimento on an uptrend. Can you believe that shit? Imagine predicting the future a month out. Feels good. I gotta take this call. I'll be right back. I'm back. Here I am. Is Dick's DPI the short volume off exchange? No. But it is if the short volume off exchange is like 80%. It's, I mean, short volume off exchange is Dick's, but Dick's is not short volume, only short volume off exchange. I've tried to collaborate with Lauer in the past and it didn't work out. Ace Ventura, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Does JFresh get a cut of the stream revenue for streaming in your absence? No. Carl timing everyone out again. Did Supersonic? Okay, I'm trying to just see if I missed anything. Oh, we're getting the 510 getting back together again? I think it's time. Am I wrong, or is GME still inside the ascending triangle? Thanks. Sure. Which one? Not in the near term. But on the like out on the like the daily, like way zoomed out, sure. You could say that if you really need to draw a triangle around it. Y'all remember when Jimmy had 40% swings? I do. I miss it. Where did Pikel go? I can buying more. Maybe. Someone's buying. If you could be a dictator of a country, what kind of dictator would you be? Like the kind that parties too hard and doesn't really manage his country very well? Yeah, Pickle Morty was talking about it earlier. I'm in. Nice. Right now, optimal time to start upstart GME Opex position. You think SPY Vuppin tomorrow? No, I don't think SPY's Vuppin anywhere until next week. If it does Vup tomorrow, it'll be at like the end of the day. How can I get the MM to drop the price for me while I buy? It sounds great. Well, first you buy a bunch of puts, right? And then you start buying shares, and then you stop buying shares when the price goes up, and then you wait for the MM to push the price back down again, and then you buy more shares. I know Beyond is a giant heap of a company, but you think there's an OPEX or FTD play there with it back on Reg Show? I mean, maybe it's been on Reg Show for a while, so I think it's definitely possible. I need to look into it more later today. There's some more data I need to look at, but I'll dig into it. I'll if I find anything, I'll post it tonight. Hey Carl, can you pull an FTD workup for BYND? If you're not busy with work. But today is definitely them trying to get there in BYND. Put your tea down, pickle needs you. Beyond. Um today Jimmy's price action today is very much them maintaining or trying to offload asymmetric risk from their massive spike in internalization yesterday. See how glued we are to the $25 price point? So when it drops below 20, like drops below this range, they're trying to offload. You know, the market sell off is going to help them. This is a big help. But when this bounces, that starts putting pressure on them again. BYND, not BNYD. I said BYND, didn't I? I think I said BYND. We like an hour? Okay, cool. Thanks, dude. Oh, nice, JFresh. Ooh. Well, I don't like that. Maybe I do. Okay. Possibly. The Gamma Max is off, right? Or is it just... Is that like an outlier, or is that the actual Gamma Max? BYND definitely showing some FTD spikes for extremely low restricted share ownership. The float percentage is huge. Difficult to control. I don't know if I mean, I don't know if I like it as much as Upstart. Upstart looks way better positioned with the high insider ownership. SPX yucky today? Then it looks like, and Uppy's starting next week. Yeah, I mean, we're still in SLD. Definitely nowhere near Upstart, in my opinion. Okay. Thanks, Gaff. I think they also have some sort of liquidity provision. I can't remember if they have like warrants or a shelf offer on the table. Upstart's the opposite. Upstart actually has a buyback that they're in the middle of. Bobby has a new theory that purports Icahn buys Bobby via Bobby debt. He may own and acquire them via equity for debt exchange. RC spins off baby. That would be terrible for BBBY shareholders, though. They're gonna leverage Bobby's debt against them and then gut the company. Like, that's not bullish for Bobby. Do they know what they're talking about? I'm sure you already know Beyond has just been reg showed. Placed on reg show again yesterday. Oh, okay, that's way less exciting. The guy earlier said that it was on there since the 16th. But if it just got placed back on reg show, that just means they're getting it on and off reg show to dodge locates. Where are they getting the Upstart liquidity? From the market maker and from ETFs? They've turned to the lending pool a couple of times. They've bumped the borrow rate a few times over the last week, but not too much. To be fair, it sounds like what Icahn would do, though. Yeah, I mean, I could see Icahn doing that.
I can see him being into doing that. With regards to cat dividend tomorrow, anything worth noting with regards to price action? No, but usually there could be a small drop after the dividends because shorts move back in. Not always though. Cat's gone up after dividend payments too. Tomorrow's the X dividend date, right? Yeah, tomorrow's the X date. With cat dropping today with the indices, I'd imagine shorts will use today to try to get out. It's not a very big yield though. Bigger shorts will just stay in and pay it. Is there a difference in how the MM handles an entity buying a put versus shorting shares directly? Well, the MM wouldn't manage the shorting shares directly, but if you buy a put, the MM shorts. The MM doesn't really need to get a locate for that short necessarily. They can create the liquidity to short. MMs are allowed to naked short. How do I confirm a trend that I see? Let's say I have my trend lines, all that. After my trend is broken, how many candles should I wait for the price to stay under or above to confirm? It depends on if you're swing trading or intraday trading. If you're intraday trading and your trend is broken, you should cut your position. If you're swing trading and your trend is broken, there's a range of acceptable price action away from your trend in which it can recover. You want to make sure that there's some volume traded below your trend. And you on the intraday, you kind of want to make sure that there's some volume traded under your trend, but you don't always have enough like theta or time to react, so it's better just to have a stop. You can use like the next horizontal, but it really depends on your positioning a lot. So it's hard to answer that question directly because each situation is kind of unique. Is GME decoupling from XRT? What? I mean, they're not coupled in any, besides using XRT to short it. There's no coupling in regards to their price action. That's not any more downside for Tesla. Looking to get some calls on the dip. I think I might get some tomorrow. Kind of let the shorts have today, right? Let's do it. Entering the trade. Oh. Okay, so you want to enter on the breakdown. I mean, you're probably best buying before it breaks down, and then just setting your risk tight, right? So say you've got like a ascending wedge, right? And you're playing this breakdown, right? You would buy here with like risk set, and then if it bounces, you get stopped out. If it falls, moving your you start moving your risk down with the price action. So as price action fills in, you move your risk down. And then eventually you're just capturing profits, right? What do you make of fans and TA? I think Fibonacci's are horseshit. They're letting off some internalization on Jimmy. No. Or maybe not. I don't know. Probably. The market's falling. Jimmy's price isn't dropping, so I would say sure. Fibonacci feels the same about you. Trust me. Oh no. I don't care about Fibonacci's opinions. He's dead. Why don't you like fibs? It's ridiculous. They're applying like a natural ratio to a chaotic system. Fibs are just inaccurate support and resistances for people that can't figure out how to use volume and price trend to determine a support and resistance. Not fibs, there's fan resistances. That's just like, I'm just color coding potential price action, Edwin. That's not like a fan. It's just, I'm just trying to show people where the price can go and the relative effect of price and theta on a position. Are fib retracement lines bullshit too? Yes. But nature is not chaotic. Not really. Worse yet, the market is a level 2 chaotic system, which means that any prediction made on it changes the outcome of that prediction. Yeah, not that many people use fibs anymore, though. Like, institutional traders aren't using them a ton anymore. They're using algos and fucking, order flow. It isn't because of Fibonacci sequence. The higher you go, the closer you get to the golden ratio. Get the fuck out of here. I use fibs exclusively for my ape trades. Perfect. Expect another liquidity dump pump today. I thought we heard they still need to buy 700k shares at some point. Is that today? That's next week. For nervous poopers, pooping is a level 2 chaotic system. Okay. Yeah. Boom Hunter Pro is RSI, right? So you have your RSI values. And then a fast moving average. That's it. $500 for that. You could just put both of those fucking indicators on your screen on pretty much any platform. And because the moving average is fast, it appears to be leading, but it's not. It's horseshit. Debunked. Speaking of Boom Hunter Pro, where's Bob Vance? Oh, I'm sorry, it has two moving averages. It has a slow and a fast one. I think the Pro version adds the extra moving average. I used to use fibs to explain my whereabouts to my ex-wife. Did you charge your crystals today, Gurk? Mercury's and Gatorade. Oh no. They're both very risky. Man, I gave you all the information. You've got to weigh it, Petzel. Come on. I can't buy your calls for you. And typically, if a stock runs much lower than VWAP during a day, will it typically run back towards VWAP at the close of the day? Not always. It depends on how many standard deviations away from VWAP it moves on the intraday. If it stays within one standard deviation of VWAP, then it's likely to return to, where the majority of volume is traded, because that's where there are the most buyers and sellers. Stop ignoring me before I become a Cornichon. I can't. You've paper handed me so many times. I don't even know how to feel anymore. It's like you're fucking your boyfriend right in front of me. I won't be cucked by you, Velvet Jupiter. Trading VWAP, same like recreating the God algo. I'm open closed thousands of dollars worth of SPX 1 DTEs, and now I'm down 78 bucks. I'm timing my entries and exits very poorly. So my question, would you pair a botanical gin with sage and apricots? Maybe not sage. Sage seems a bit with I mean, gin and apricots sounds phenomenal. What could you use analysis for analysis on the VIX? You can use like relative levels on it, but you're not really doing TA on it. Yeah, TA doesn't really work on it because it's a volatility index, and volatility is the bane of technical analysis. Hey, Girk, what's up, Pickles Penny? I just saw an article about physicists doing some quantum computing wizardry by blasting the computer with Fibonacci sequence. So, it's science? No. Why is one standard deviation wealthier than the rest? It lives well below its mean. You're a true Sigma male, Gaff. This is Thomas Rowland, attorney at law and pickle decimator. Please cease and desist from slandering my son and his esteemed and revolutionary boom hunter pro 9000, destroyer of shorts. Jesus. Gin and apricots is a good. Sage is the wild card. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the sage. It seems like they've gone too far. Doing math jokes? No, I think we're done. So the volatility index is volatile, meta. Surprisingly, yes. You sold me. I'll buy long-term calls on both, but weeklies go to Upstart. That seems like okay. I hold my weeklies through profit anyway, so if I'm gonna lose money, I want to feel the pain of seeing more profit first. Is this a sign of a strong GME Opex? It looks pretty good so far. I used to keep a notebook with cringy math jokes for my undergrads. I need to see if I can find it again. Oh god. Just say my name and insert Upstart. No Upstart options expiring this Friday. Smart. Do you have any position in Meta? No, I fucking hate Zuck. I think he's an asshole, and I wouldn't buy MySpace on the downside either. Is this just a stream of a dude vaping and watching charts? Dear God, what has my algorithm brought upon me? The best financial stream on YouTube, easily the best financial, maybe the best financial stream in the world. If you like losing money, hang out. I had sage and pineapple margarita once. It's an amazing combo. I don't believe you. Not that you didn't have it. I just don't believe it was amazing. How drunk were you? Only because DFV retired from streaming. Fair. I don't have $50 million to fuck off into the sunset, though. You said losing money. I'm in. There we go. Tribute to the best stream in the world by Jack Black. For Halloween, are you gonna dress up as the caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland? Ooh. It's got too many layers, man. No one's gonna get it. Wait, is losing money what's keeping me here? I don't know. If you made money, you could leave. I'll keep my sage and my saltimbocca. Girk is starting to sound like Deckard Cain from Diablo. Stay a while and listen. I want $100 million so I can manipulate companies and unethically profit on volatility legally. Okay, well, see if you can get a loan. Maybe like a bridge loan. Hey, can you do me a solid and tell Velvet Jupiter's girl to stop trying to slide into my DMs? I get that since he paper-handed pigeon whale status, homeboy isn't enough, but I'm not trying to do that because it's going to get awkward when he rejoins pigeon whale. I only meant wives of pores. Ah, I see. Velvet Jupiter, stop trying to get dick pics from BMG. He's busy applying a mask right now, and he can't send them at the moment. Not gonna lie, that's genius. A YouTube channel about financial advice, keeping people poor so they have to constantly have more and more financial advice. I don't give anyone financial advice. People are poor because they don't know how to manage their positions, or they're just poor and don't really have positions. Oh, fuck off, Stefan. All right, no one wants to hear about Texas sage or it's, you know, how great it is for bonsai or contemporary gardening. Why are you so fucking weird, man? I'm not pretending I make money, but I understand financial markets more than I ever have. Thank you for all you do, Girk, but I'm still going to be a degenerate. Fair enough, man. That's your choice. Is this the SPY bottom? I'm going to be calls either way. I don't know if it's a bottom. This looks weak. Like this trend looks weak. Don't go long here. This is terrible. Sweet Lou, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Girk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon.
It's wild that it's true. Best financial stream in the market. Pickles, Monkey Island, ridiculing pores to motivate them. If they taught using these methods in school, I'd be rich by now. It's called the Socratic method. It's pretty common. My skin has been glowing since I got this mud mask. It's got honeysuckle in it and it smells fantastic. Listen, if you put honeysuckle on your testicles, everyone will want them. I'm just straight up. Hey Girk, I think we're related. What's your mother's maiden name? Haha, nice try. I would like to design a terrarium for you. This is the ultimate insult in my culture. Girk same like Michael Scott. Stefan same like Toby. Stefan is a Toby. But I'd say I'm more like Creed. Why is this recommended to me? I don't like gambling or market manipulation at all. Why? What if because the markets are manipulated, you're not really gambling? There's a guy at my gym who looks like a buff Ken Griffin. It's weirding me out. That's kind of awesome. You should take a picture of him. Be like, hey man, can I get your picture? No FOMO. Stefan is clearly Andy. Oh, okay. Rev's safest play on the market right now? Absolutely not. Please play Tom Petty's Free Falling and attribute to my November 18 calls. What do you have November 18 calls on that are in free fall? Oh, on the SPY? Yeah, you just gotta be patient.
Happy birthday, Gurk. May all of your pigeon whales wear their birthday suits and chug $3 check in your honor. Thanks, JR. I appreciate it, man. How hilarious would it be to stumble upon the stream unintentionally? You have to assume that some number of people do come in here without knowing what they're getting themselves into. Like, imagine coming in here and we're talking about Centaur's taints. You know, just... I'm doing everything I can to drive away viewership. Seriously, though, do normal people not do face masks Sunday nights at halftime during Sunday Night Football? Probably not. Thanks, VWasp. Happy birthday to you too, man. It's not my birthday, by the way. That's next month. Next Opex. I came here without knowing what I was getting myself into. Gurk brought up Centaur's Freudian slip. That's not how you spell Freud, Dan. There's that drive away viewership talk again. Now followed up with a plug for the likes to help grow the channel. Yeah. Any big plans for your birthday this year? Are you inviting Freg back for the party? I hope he comes back for my birthday. I'll have to let him know. Hey, is anyone going to tell Houston Wade that MOASS isn't happening? I tried to tell him. Disliked? Thanks, Gaff. Do you think there will be more equity sell-offs tomorrow? They can sell off at any point during SLD in order to complete their deposits and free up liquidity. So sure, that could happen. We'll see how positioning looks in the morning, and I'll let you know then. I'm not intentionally trolling. My lack of social cues only reinforces that I'm likely on the spectrum somewhat. Somewhat? Dude, you're so deep in the spectrum, you're like a reading rainbow ad. Wish I got the smart type of Asperger's, though. Haha. I tried to tell him 14 months ago. I tried to tell all of you 18 months ago. To be fair, I never thought there was going to be a MOASS, so I mostly agreed with you in the beginning. But you were such a dickhead that I just had to fight with you about it. Well, then they're missing out. It's the best way to really clean the pores. Just rinse your face, then mask, then moisturize. Also, don't forget to brush and serum the beard and stash. Don't you just use your natural skin oils? I just sweat olive oil, so I don't really need to moisturize anything. Was lols? Well, we found an equilibrium. Yo, what up, fellow centaurs? It's your boy Gurk Centaur Taint. Your name's Joshua Youngberg. At least change your name first. We follow the Pimento, Lady Vbop, and praise the original God King Theta. He will be the destroyer of worlds. Don't let the lack of jewelry fool you. He's part Italian. I'm also part Irish, so I don't have like disgusting curly chest hair. Well, really any chest hair for that matter. Like alopecia from the neck down. Like a bald person, mostly. I'm sorry, Claw Ranch. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Alright, based on how poorly I managed my put position over the past week, I'm gonna need the SPX to go to like 4,000 Jesus Christ. That's a bit much. False MOASS occurs in 2024. In a year's time, there will be a super stonk DD explaining that 24 backwards is 42, the meaning of life. It will be glorious. It'll be probably a thing. I don't know how glorious it'll be. No, I was Accutane when I was younger, so I don't get pimples, but I turn my skin. My skin is perpetually slightly dry. That's why moisturizing is important. You live in the most humid state in the US. But that's fair. That makes sense. I'm exaggerating a little, but 3,800 really won't be enough. Man, you really need like longs to leverage big time in the early part of the week if we're going to see past 3,800 next week. Just a nared up baby manatee floating along. Ooh, I love that. DMs. What do you got for me? I'm assuming because you said DM so many times that it looks kind of bullish. Oh, it looks like dog shit. Okay, guys, so here's the deal. Beyond's a pile of shit. It's big hot garbage and not exciting at all. Maybe in November. I'm sorry you even did the work to make these spreadsheets, Carl. Imagine your fail to volume ratio decreasing into your reg show thresholding. When will we know if Rev delisted? Whenever the NYSE feels like telling us. Irish Italian, the most proletariat combination, and here he sits, shoving around millions. But I've never forgotten my roots, Bruce Wayne. You might have actual alopecia. No, I don't. I have body hair, just not a lot of it. Weirdly enough, I too have very little body hair, but a lot of hair on my head and face. Are you my long lost brother? No. You're a taint or a grundle guy. Growing up in the Northeast, grundle was more common when I was a kid. You know, I grew up in the Northeast and everyone said taint. Time Carl out for bearing this news. No, you never kill the messenger. We're not Spartans. It's because their float percent is huge. Too many shares moving too often. Yeah, I see it. Well, if you're long Upstart, the market maker thanks you for your donation. What did Carl do before you brought meaning to his life? I think he would just shit in people's houses. This is quite the rap sheet. Have you ever made homemade Euro rotisserie? I've made, like, souvlakia and eaten it in a pita with, like pork souvlakia. It was good. Whoa, I'm a Spartan fan. MSU's chant is Go Green, so yeah. Okay. Isn't USC also the Spartans? Maybe it was just that guy's uncle saying Grundle constantly, so he thought it was normal. I'm light on the hair as well, but at 35, gray pubes is a hard look. Dye them. Or get rid of them. I mean, take care of that. Like, just name your penis Silver Fox. Oh, here come all the USC fans. Girk, when you want to come to Italy, I'll show you the mafia. We have those here, the mafiosi. Go with silverfish. Fits better. Will you consider game name with release of SF6? It will be a treat. Yeah, I'll probably play it. I'll probably stream SF6. I haven't played Street Fighter in a long time, so I'm gonna be really bad at it. I'm 75. Be careful with the peen talk. It'll attract the thought bots. They're gonna come here one way or another. I used to call mine Brett Favre, but not as much anymore after the scandals. Understandable. Why do people name their penises? That's a better question. That's weird. It's very Scarface. Let me introduce you to my little friend. Some people do have more than one. Yeah. You can buy them. Maybe they have kids and want to have a code language with their significant other. Huh. Greg, I would like to offer my services and help you welcome new members each time they join. My wife is the VP of HR for a sports agency, and I've learned a lot when I'm not doubling her up or she's making me her screw-unicorn. Long live the queen. Long live Kendra's wife. Screw-unicorn was good. Screw-unicorn was really good. I didn't mind hazy because it doesn't work. But does it have a forklift certificate? You think the CFA exam would be enough to get into a quant position as a 1 YOE software developer currently in physics, computer science, double bachelor's background, finance engineer not available, or finance engineering not available here? I mean, you're not going to get in a quant position, but you could probably get into a fund. They're very nepotistic. So you'll probably have to apply at a lot of places. And you're gonna probably not get into a very good fund initially unless you went to like a top 10 school and graduated at the top of your class. They're pretty fucking picky. Consider, I mean, they're not that picky, but they're picky and they hire people that aren't family members or children of family members. Certified for heavy loads. I think that's how it's pronounced. Souvlaki? I don't know. I always hear Greek people put like the at the end. Maybe they're just from New York. I didn't have time today to follow the market. Can you give a short update of anything significant from today so far? How's Upstart? Kind of the same as it was yesterday. If you aren't walking out of NYU or Brown, you aren't walking into a quant spot anytime soon. Well, what? Baruch, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Columbia, NYU, Brown, maybe Penn. Stanford, MIT. I don't know about Duke or Dartmouth. Caltech, but they don't really have that much finance focus. Or, well, they didn't used to. I'm pretty sure I have enough fuck you mentality to do well in a fund. Everything else is lacking, though. It's okay, Carl. We'll just start injecting you. I mean, there's a few other schools that you'll get looked at for those positions. It's few and far between, I would suspect. Yeah, you're not walking into one. You can work your way up to one. Cornell? Sure, maybe. Rutgers? Some of the best programmers I know don't have formal education. Odd that institutions act how they do when there is a plethora of skilled programmers that don't have that piece of paper. I mean, it reduces their liability if they can assume from your degree that you know what you're doing. Believe me, if you make a name for yourself, you can get a job, but you have to cross that hurdle on your own, right? There's two ways into like high finance and making big money on Wall Street, right? Either you go the route where you're in the Ivies or you're in a top 10 school, and you're graduating top of your class, and they're going to onboard you right out of college, or you prove that you can make money. I graduated from a school. I'm not going to say which one. Or your dad or your uncle has a corner office. Yeah. In interviews, I tell funds that I'm from an Ivy League, and I immediately flip the desk and scream at the top of my lungs. Long volatility. Always a good thing to be in an interview. I didn't go to fucking University of Phoenix. I didn't go to NYU either. Cornell's like a better medical school, right? Than really anything else. I know their law school is super prestigious, but yeah, it's not like that good. Wasn't UCI like the best law school in the country for a while? Like they had the highest pass rate for the bar. Does a paper trading account in the millions qualify? I just opened it this morning, and there doesn't seem to be a limit on how much fake money you can deposit. No, there isn't. You can deposit all the fake money you want. They're not even that big of an OMM, or really, like, I mean, they're decent. They handle a good amount of order flow. But yeah, it was started by university grads, University of Michigan grads. That doesn't catapult University of Michigan. University of Michigan's a degree factory, right? Not that some of the degrees they hand out are not being handed out to people who are very intelligent, just they're handing out a lot of degrees, right? It's amazing to watch the diamond hands on these 14,000 GME 25p. It's almost as if they know the price isn't going to move despite the rising volume in IV. Yeah, they know it isn't. They're making sure it doesn't. This is a true story. My neighbor's 6 years old and came over for a drink and stumbled home around midnight. And then I got a text asking, "Do you want Bobo up when you get home?" Meant to his wife. Oh, nice. He's going to give her a little poking the whiskers. No, I don't play chess. I've played chess in the past, and it's not really my favorite game. It's boring. You just have to memorize shit. The university I went to has 100% bar pass rate for Somali law. Oh, Jesus. You just went too far. No one ever mentions the Ivy of the South. Ole Miss? I mean, it's nepotistic. Like, the perfect example is a school like Florida International in Florida. For the past 50... Well, what the fuck else would it be? The past 15 years, their passage rates have been pretty much the highest in Florida, but it's not the most prestigious. I feel like Kendra should sell one-day experiences and sharing his life. It would be way more profitable and terrible than the stock market, right? Quick TA on SPX 3680 was the floor, and when both scalpers pile on to this bounce to 3690, SPX will drop to 3650 until end of day when we run to 3700. You're welcome. Why not just 3650 and then we just stay there until tomorrow? And then we run to 3700 at the end of the day. What if I told you I didn't get through school with my mind, but my hips? Huh? I know, it's impressive. Do your hips lie? Eric Cornell has a great program on avian studies. Only school in the country to offer a degree in bird law. Or so I've heard. We consider that Perelman is loaning out shares on Rev to ensure that enough volume is traded to prevent delisting. He could be. And then he can also recall them. Which is so sexy. Or 3550 and then up. There's no fucking volume down there. There's nothing to drag us down to 3550 anymore. Collapse of the British economy, but that's not going to happen. The Bank of England will just buy more bonds. The gilts aren't going anywhere. FSU and UF are consistently within the top 40 law schools in the country, but don't have as good a pass rates as Florida International. You know, you keep talking about Florida International a lot, and I'm going to assume that you're an alumni. How do I find option strikes are exposed to the volatility smile? They all are. All strikes are on the smile. What's the retaining fee for an attorney proficient in the law of the Dans? You just have to spit in their face. I got my GED. I was gonna YOLO my FAFSA. It's FAFSA into Upstart, but I might just go Bunker Hill Community College on my way to Morgan Stanley as a quant. I'm homeless and eat leftover Baconators. Sounds like you're on your way to a successful career in finance. I did not go there. I didn't even apply there when I went to school. But, like, I don't know. You're shilling them so hard. Or you're just shilling their pass rate because it's really impressive. So clarify, some strikes are more sensitive to the smile than others. No, the smile dictates how IV is priced along the strikes, depending on their moneyness. Any assumptions on short vol for Rev over the last few months? If Hellboy recalls, are we looking at an improbable covering? I'm not going to make the assumption that Hellboy is going to recall his shares, but the possibility for him to do so is there. I 100% fudge that stat with some sort of omission. Believe me, you. Alright, so your hips do lie. I'm using this example to show the prestige in schools doesn't always equate to the highest pass rates in the state. Oh, okay. Is the Florida bar notoriously hard? I know California and New York are really difficult, and Louisiana because they have their own laws. RC didn't go to college and wrecked those Ivy Leaguers. RC's daddy was rich. If you have a rich daddy, you can get really far in the world. JK, I feel homelessness would be a cakewalk so long as you have a phone and a Robinhood account. Panhandling gains 1000x on 0 GTE spy plays. Nice. Nothing in Florida is hard. The average age is like 71. Holding a $4 weekly CSP on Rev, kind of hoping we end below $4 tomorrow, as I'm fairly certain that whoever is on the other side of my trade doesn't have a ton of shares lying around. Sure. Gaff, you're from New Jersey, so you're just like a future Floridian anyway. It's usually within the top 5 of the hardest in the country because lawyers from other states come down here after practicing to retire. Ah. Do you think Upstart will continue to do 2 days of ups, then one day minus 10%, followed by 2 days of ups again? Almost like T plus 2? Is that what you're inferring? Like the market maker is shorting, then covering, then shorting, then covering? That's what's happening. I thought Louisiana didn't require a law degree to sit for the bar either. You just have to pass it. Or they have no, Louisiana's the state that has like law internships, right? Law apprentice. Gav already has a house in Fort Lauderdale. Louisiana's basically French maritime law. That sounds reasonable. I'm gonna take the bar. I just want to see if I can pass it. It can't be that hard. Is a real estate license hard to get in any states? I don't think so. Just duck. But haha. Are you good at sats? I did good on my sats. Do you have any VIX puts? Why did they just tank? Because the market dropped? I don't know. I just want to get my real estate license so I can sell people bags. No one's buying them right now. You can't take about 4 years of apprenticeship as a paralegal of sorts or a law degree. And the apprenticeship is only in California, I believe. What if I can just get a Californian lawyer to say that I've worked for him for 4 years? That seems easy enough. What is this stock stream? Can't you see we're discussing law and bar exams with absolutely no training or experience? I mean, BMG's a lawyer. Just, dude, tell him I worked for you for 4 years. Or like 3 more years of the stream. A principled law dog would never lie for you. So just find a less scrupulous one. Or an unscrupulous one. It's pronounced lawyer. I've seen my cousin Vinny. I know what I'm talking about. I could win over a jury. Better call Paul. You're not relatable enough. A jury might actually hate you, says the guy who spends 12 hours a day in my stream. Sweet and sour. Your right to free speech was stolen by Ko-Fi. I worked at a prestigious university in the Northeast. I cleaned the classrooms, crappers, and took out the trash. My life changed when I solved a complex equation left on a hallway chalkboard, and now I listen to you most days. So, yeah. Fair enough. I will never be a juror. Is that because you can't be one? I've witnessed your debates with Koala Hugger. Albeit that's not saying much, I'm sure you can hold your own. I think so. If only I can introduce evidence on the fly that wasn't part of discovery. Procedure. God, being a lawyer must be the worst. You chill with me writing your name down for Texas governor? All right. But I'm going to repeal some laws if I get down there. I had an unemployment hearing today. The lady facilitating the call was brought to tears. I just begged my employer to take me back instead of arguing my case. They shared a hearty laugh. Rough. The sad truth about jury trials is they're 95% of the time not your peers. Also, no, it's just no lawyer would ever pick an attorney to be on a jury. Oh, yeah, well, that makes sense too. I feel like your defense and accusations would be incredibly demeaning to the opposition. That's the idea. What laws would you repeal? I don't know, all of them. Mr. Gherkin throwing a tennis ball at a plaintiff doesn't prove that their accusations of arson are baseless. You can't repeal the law of gravity. I mean, you could try. Well, Gerg, pretty sure governors can't repeal laws. So you seem like governor material already. You can veto them. And you can introduce legislation to repeal them. And then you bribe the like state Senate and Congress and boom, repealed. That could be a yeah, fuck you. I can do it. Don't you just shout at the other party that they can't handle the truth and you've won? I don't think so. Oh, neat. I like anarchy. It could be fun, right? Everyone's got guns, right? They're ready. I just tell the lawyers during the jury selection that I have a PhD in engineering. They hate smart jurors, never served. That makes sense. The one time I was interviewed, I just spoke like Kendra and was politely dismissed. Yeah, I usually, yep, I don't usually get selected for jury duty. The one time I did, they did not have me on the jury. All you need is a southern accent. I'll work on it. Texas isn't really a southern accent, it's more of a drawl. You gotta just drag out everything you say for an eternity, so you never actually finish your sentence. That's why everyone's so angry. If I ever get called for jury duty selection, I'll answer every question with, I'm just here so I don't get fined. Next question, please. If you outlaw crypto bro, finance bros, perma bears, and bras in public for 21 plus, you have my vote. I'm not gonna outlaw bras in public. Why would you ever consider buying a white cat and naming it JFresh? Would you build a little throne behind you where he will sit every time GME goes green, and you will feed it your Trader Joe's ice cream? Maybe. If you don't want to, just tell attorneys handling the jury selection that I spend 8 hours a day watching the stream. To be fair, centaurs aren't allowed to weigh in on human case law. Just tell them you're pro death penalty. What if your state doesn't have the death penalty? It seems like a hit or miss. Can't you like be like a conscientious objector? Just tell them I don't ascribe to the laws of man. And then like make up a cult and talk about it. You guys are full of it. The judge would hold you in contempt if you said obviously terrible lies to get out of duty. That's probably true. Upstart's still looking good. It's looking exactly as good as it was. The easiest way out of jury duty is just to be the defendant. Look at all of us. working together to try to figure out ways out of doing our basic civil duty. All you need to do, you have jury duty, is say the words jury nullification. That seems to be a pretty popular one. I just told them I was a stay-at-home parent and didn't even need to show up. Okay, I'll vote for you if you ban Sandra Bullock's movie Gravity. Okay, I could do that. That movie was fucking awful. Why did I convince myself that you convinced me that 367? God, stop using the SPY numbers. Was the bottom? I told you it wasn't. I said 350. Or 365. I said 365. Not 350. 350 is too low. I think I could just show the judge my CERN losses and get dismissed. Probably. Why does the SPX hate me so much? I had this. I thought this would happen. But instead it ripped it open, so I sold my puts because they were dying. I mean, I closed my puts at open, but they weren't dying that hard. They were down, like, they were down a little bit. Then it gapped up. Then it got rough. Your Honor, I can't be on jury duty because my favorite streamer is on from 9:30 to 4 o'clock. Just say I'm super excited by the defendant, and that usually works. Never been selected once. Ah, okay. If I can show back-to-back CERN losses followed by Rev losses, they may actually jail me for my own good. They'll just declare you, like, incompetent to handle your own finances. Candle's going off screen. Must be time to open a position. We still got some room. You guys all knew this was coming. Don't be sad about it. I don't want to hear your sadness. Buck up. Oh, you waited for it to gap up before? Man. If you're in a state with the death penalty and it's a potential death penalty trial, you can say you would refuse to find someone guilty if they might be sentenced to death and they excuse you. I'm super excited to put a person behind bars. Nice, Spider. That probably works too. You really bought Gen 24 510 upstart calls? Yeah. They were up earlier too. We like the ones that aren't intelligent. It is what it is. Well, it's probably harder to convince intelligent people that you're right. How are people not bullish right now? The options chain market wide is going to squart. I have no idea. Because red candles, JFresh, they don't like the red candles. Who's sad? This is great. I fucking love this shit. I hope they short the fuck out of it. People thought I was kidding when I was like, I really hope they short GME to 2250. I meant every word of it. And they can't, which makes me sad, actually. That's what makes me sad, is that they haven't shorted it enough. I want more shorting. Fucking broke dick prime lenders. Any tips for closing out a straddle successfully? Yeah. You close the side that's losing, take profits on the side that's winning. It's really not that hard. Nobody want GME to drift and be boring as fuck. Oh yeah, that's true. It's trading extraordinarily flat today. Interesting. So you're saying buy low, sell high. I might be. I know I'm a genius. Thank you. You're not the first person to tell me that. All right. I'll see you later, BMG. Have a good night, man. Do you hold the losing side to see if there's a reversal or always close simultaneously? Depends on what I think the market's going to do. Sometimes both sides print. They didn't for me today because I didn't hold the short side. But I only had 3 DTEs today, and usually I have 5s, so but the 5s were a bit pricey. I'm massively spread thin right now. I have way too many positions and way too many stocks. Like I have Caterpillar, I have an obscene amount of leveraged SPX. I have Fubo, GME, Upstart, Apple, Revlon, Tesla, IWM futures, Oxy BTU. Oh, Jesus. It's daunting. I need somebody to manage my money. Does anybody in here run a hedge fund that beats the market by 40% a year? EPAM? Dude, the options are so hard to get fills on right now. I'll just buy shares probably next week. I don't know how hard NASDAQ's gonna rally compared to like IWM. I might be, well, you know what, fuck it, I'll probably buy more EPAM. You know, I shorted it. I made so much money shorting it. And I couldn't get puts, so I just straight up shorted it. It felt so risky. It's hard to, you know, hurt the ones you love. I'm just getting caught up on the market happenings. What was that GME squart at 11 a.m.? Pressure? Blow off valve. Like Fast and the Furious. Options quilt? I beat the market 40% a year. The market's down 10%. I'm down 50. Terrible. When are you buying more SPX calls? At 36.50? Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna buy more 3700s. I think there's still some upside to it, but not as much as it was 6 months ago. That's for sure. Yeah, I mean, I've made a lot of money off of EPAM. It's been really good. You like how many times they're able to shift in Fast and the Furious? Those cars have like 40 gears. Just, I feel like the director was like, listen, always be shifting. ABS. It just looks like they're furiously jerking their car off. But, you know, imagine trying to sync that as a sound guy. It's got to be rough. That was intentional. They're trying to sexualize it. I like when they go into hyperdrive when they hit the NOS. Granny trading, not double hedging like you should. Listen, I live my life one tick at a time, Snake Whips. I like your 50K per company and get a shirt idea. Where do I get my Upstart shirts? They're out by the dumpster. Is your position for SPX in November, October? Anything for tomorrow? It's in November. I just told the judge I'm too busy counting how many times they shift and Fast and the Furious to be a juror. Doesn't matter if you're green by 1% or 10,000%. A profitable trade is a win no matter what. Oh, Jesus. Is Fast and the Furious same like day trading? Who's cooler? Time to DRS our Upstart? No, not yet. The market is family. H, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I appreciate it. I get you added to the country club later, man.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs.
Got summoned for jury duty for one Luca Magnotta. Oh, the serial killer? Or the guy who's like abusing cats? Why are ginger balls funny to you? Because they're furry and red. The fast and over leveraged. Had me? You didn't even have your port. Oh my god. This is going to be a dark path to go down. I think we should stop. Do we know if the delisting hearing results are released during market hours? No. What do you think of Cloudflare at its current price? It might run for Opex. It's kind of part of the basket. What do you see for the market tomorrow? More chops and VUPs at end of day? Yeah, looks like it. Tomorrow's payday, so the market gets big deposits. We need a Tokyo Drift song remix for Pickles. Huh. Cloudflare took a beating with Kiwi Farms. I know engineers from several really big customers who moved away or scaled down their usage over it. Now that it's over, it might go back because of... Tell me there's more to this. That's why I love getting paid on Wednesday. My cash has time to clear for Friday. Nice. Fast and the Centaurus, who's a fire? Not a centaur. It's like the 5th time I could have sold the top and bought back in at cost basis for Upstart calls. Okay. Googled upstart shirt. There's an Amazon link for a shirt that says buttocking arse mungle. I want that shirt. Did you buy it? If you switch to the 5-second chart and slide the crosshair smoothly over SPX, you can see periods in which trading on GME slows down significantly because that crosshair goes way slower. Ooh, interesting. Almost like GME's price actions entirely influenced by its option chain and active funds. And short volatility positions? No. You can have any stock you want as long as it's part of the basket. Your camera's making you look hella red. Yeah, I know. I don't think it's something I can fix. How do I get less red? Is that better? That's a little less red. Although now I feel like I look pink. I still look orange, which I can't get rid of. I'm not orange in real life, I swear. Pi-Fi is definitely more of a muscular, engorged male succubus. I like that description of me. Thank you. 369 SPY straddle, closed short leg when we broke 371 for a loss, but held long leg and now it's worthless. Didn't close both together because total position was still red then. Advice. That sounds like you just mismanaged it horribly. You cut your hedge when you weren't profitable and then became even less profitable. Thoughts on Carvana and these crazy lows? I don't like them a lot, but I guess you could wait for like the next CPI report. If inflation on used cars moves down, they'll probably run a bit. If I turn the filters off, I'm like the green screen gets all weird. I have a green screen behind me so that you would see that. Very unattractive. How does that keep happening? Go to desktop user settings, personalization, mood, VOPs. But we're not going VOP. We're going to 3650. Can you manually change your white balance? No. I mean, I can, but it doesn't really do much. Male succubus is an incubus. Oh. Like the band. Thanks, Rusty. Good to know. Stefan, just keep adding EMAs to your chart until you make money. What are your thoughts on DRS GME? Will that actually do anything? No, I don't think so. It improves the ability for GME to generate volatility, which is really good for hedge funds that short volatility. So that's cool. But no, I really don't think it makes a difference. Put the color white in front of the camera, a piece of paper. And then what, like tune it to the color of the paper? Hi, Greg. Thanks for all you do. My mom is happily married, I think, but she did mention that your laughter is infectious. And you look good even though you vape like a dragon. Interesting. Stefan, you need at least a couple stochastic oscillators and Boom Hunter Pro that's set up. If we get to 3650 today, what do you think that means for tomorrow? Further downs or just sideways into close? Well, no one's buying a lot of puts, so I mean, there's some puts still at 3600, but they're weaker. They're a lot weaker than they were yesterday. Yeah, I could see us bouncing. What time is it? 2:11. I could see us bouncing up and hitting a retest of like 3680 at some point. But tomorrow? What about tomorrow? I'm assuming we start our climb on Monday. Probably. We could see some sell-offs into close tomorrow. Like possibly in the money positions or, you know, retail positions. Positions that don't want to cash settle or like multi-leg closures. Pretty sure dude just offered his mom up. I think so. No one is buying lots of puts, but some leveraged SPX calls might cut losses. We'll see. Better to buy SPX calls at the end of the day tomorrow, towards the end of the day tomorrow. I'm probably still gonna straddle into Monday morning because we can move down hard into Monday morning before we start to see a recovery, right? Especially because like SLD appears to be dragging out so much this week. And they're really slow in like short side profit taking. So yeah, I'll probably just continue to straddle through Monday. Thoughts on Home Depot? It's a good company. I mean, they're very cheap right now. You guys are seeing this SPX 1021 put OI, right? Yeah, I've seen it. Dollar to yen now 150.19. Yeah, so Bank of Japan started emergency bond sales last night in order to get their yield curve back in check. But it's a patch, not a solution, right? It's temporary. Do you wear a ponytail to bed? No, my hair's barely long enough to put it in a ponytail. I only put my hair in a ponytail if I'm going to hot yoga. Surprised how GME is just hanging out during all this down bullshit. It's not actually just hanging out, right? They're dumping as active funds are selling. across the market. They're dumping the massive amount of internalization they took on yesterday. That's why GME's flat like a fucking pancake. Because they got boofed so hard that they need it manually extracted. Yeah, they're very constipated right now. And you know, you see it's like you see a little poop, right? But then, you know, when it you might see another little poop too. But when those get out of the way and the runway is open, full squart. Definitely clip that. I'm not clipping that. So those are the solid blockages holding back the massive diarrheal outflow of tendies. Exactly. Because, you know, all the pressure is building up in the colon, GME's colon, right? But there's blockages. And so when those come out, then this can be resolved. Now you're using words I can understand. I mean, I can't believe I've sunk so low as to having to use analogies to projectile diarrhea, but it works. Yes, liquid tendies. No, it doesn't mean they'll have fewer obligations. It means they're trying to hold it in until they can make it to the bathroom. So Kenny is squanched over, you know, trying to hold in this massive boof. While he runs full speed to the bathroom. He's like crossing his legs, squeezing really tight, but he might not make it, right? And it's a public bathroom, and there's already an employee taking his 30-minute break on the toilet. Oh no. So a little bit leaks out. "2021 was a barium enema." DRS reduces the size of the colon, but it doesn't reduce the amount of fails that can be packed into it. I sure picked the perfect time to tune in and eat lunch. Also, can you let your hate watchers know that if they have any spare snacks, I just posted some DD. Okay, thanks. Yeah, if you guys could drop some snacks on Turds DD, it's always nice. Prolapses aren't allowed to happen. It's a market contagion. Yeah, so like DRS increases the amount of tummy rumbling that occurs in advance, like the volatility of the failed positions. But that makes them only taste better, right? Did you auction off your artwork? No, it's free to everyone. They can just clip it and share it. That explanation is worth a super chat. Don't ever change for anyone. You got it, Rims and Tims. Thank you so much, man. 1 second, guys.
All right. 257. We're getting really close. Or 36.57. Fubo is the GOAT for small accounts. It's pretty cool. What's up, Justin? I had to pause and take a call and just watched his expounding of solid blockages. This is some of the highest brow, top tier education that any living being can get. I know. We're breaking down the barrier to understanding of market plumbing, one poop joke at a time. Do you know that Pepto-Bismol fixes digestion problems because it's just super dense and literally coats everything inside and plunges it down and out? No. I know that you can use it to make bismuth crystals. Yes, Hazeloff. One man's shart is like another man's squart. My family growing up was notorious for talking about pooping or farting at the dinner table. Seeing as we're doing the same without the dinner table, are we like family now? Distant cousins. Is it ironic that I'm watching the screen while rapidly clicking through internal training how DCAing and long-term holding on asset allocation port is better strat than managing money? Ugh. Two girls, one Carl. You know, I saw that video, and watching Carl get cucked by that hot blonde was just sad. I spent the whole time feeling bad for Carl instead of enjoying the action. I'm going to start a business on Etsy that makes bismuth crystal jewelry out of Pepto-Bismol. And at the same time, buy calls on Procter & Gamble because I'll boost their sales figures. Genius.
I haven't ordered a new chair, but now I know which one I want. So chance for GME run next week's Opex has gotten way better now. It looks a lot better, yeah. Screen's too blurry, bottom right. Fubo? This is Fubo. How do you guys not know which stocks are which? Do I need to label them? I put Gruyere on some French bread with tomatoes and Dijon mustard. And I'm drinking espresso soda. You did it? You made enough people upset to get the viewership down to triple digits. Nope, I didn't. I just left the stream for a minute. They're all coming back. The text is too small for people on mobile or with bad connections. Well, I labeled them all there for a second for you. I can't make it bigger. GME isn't barcoding. Barcoding is when all the candles have really long wicks. And is an indication of high frequency trading. Like here on Fubo. Like if I switch Fubo to regular candles. See, this is a little more barcodey. There's some high frequency trading going on Fubo, but not a lot. Oh, you know what's usually really good for that? Nokia. Nokia has a lot of high frequency trading. You can see how that differs from GameStop's price action. GameStop's price action is just extremely controlled and a very narrow range. Rigged barcodes a lot too. Anything with a big float. I get an IRA deposit every other Thursday, like clockwork. I buy first thing in the morning, Rev and Fubo. And it almost always ends up being the high of the day. Strange, every other Thursday. Huh. Maybe other people are buying the same stocks at the same time as you. What does it mean if ACIW doesn't bark it? It's probably too expensive for high frequency trading. I can't read the text on the audio only. Reversal? Bounce on the 30 to confirm? Might just be a breather. I think they'll try to drive it a little lower. SPX. Top right chart is SPX. Regarding filling gaps, hey, what's up? Using SPY gap from the morning of 1017 as an example, since the gap is almost $6 wide, how does one typically consider it filled? If the price falls within the gap, or price trades through the gap? So if you have like big gap here, and then the price comes down and trades fully the length of the gap, that would be filled. Like if it doesn't trade all the way down, right, and it comes down and trades like that, then this gap still remains. Also, gaps are dumb unless they're upside and on an index. The further away you get from them, the less likely they are to fill, especially if they're to the downside. If you met Burry, would you find it difficult not to stare at his glass eye? I'd ask him if he could remove it. What's your opinion on the CME gaps or BTC? Weekend trading always has to resolve. That's a little bit different, right? But it doesn't have to. I'd say they're probably more reliable on crypto. My brother graduated high school with Burry. They're on the same page on his senior yearbook. Interesting. Did he think the FBI was chasing him in high school too? Have him walk around like Beetlejuice with both glass eyes and his gaping mouth. Swimming laps around a bottle of Louis XIII, jumping off a mountain into a sea of codeine. I'm at the top of the top, but still I climb. And if I should ever fall, the ground would then turn to wine. Pop up, I feel like flying, then I feel like frying. Okay, Kendra. Whatever makes you happy, man. Live your best. Be your best version of you. Live, laugh, love. Kendra, you can do it. You used to talk about Bollinger Bands on GME when they look bullish. But I think they look pretty bullish right now. They do. And they're in the channel thing. You mean inside the Keltner channels? Yes. That's a BBKC squeeze setup. Live, laugh, love, same like eat, drink, plotkin. I suppose so. Santa Teresa High School. It's down the street from a Union Hall dude. Lives in Saratoga now. $4 to $10 million estates all over that area. Did work for Ellison Conservative out there too. Conservation out there too. Huh. The Cyclops had only one eye after making a deal with Hades, god of the underworld, in which they traded one eye for the ability to see the future. Michael Burry equals stock Cyclops? I don't know about that. If he is, his ability to judge distance is severely flawed. His depth perception is awful. Imagine looking into the future, but not being able to predict it. Revlon halted. Up, down? Uh-oh. News. Ooh, Revlon suspended. Here we go. Lambos are, well, I could probably still afford a Lambo afterwards. Lambos are Lambos. LFG. And the day just got way more fucking exciting. Yeah, they halt it no matter what. It's not halted, it's trading is suspended. Are you bullish on this rev halt? I mean, what else am I gonna be? Why am I terrified? Lambos or Lambos kind of hurts. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry. Lambo or Corolla? Where's BMG? Whatever happens, Girk, I still support you. Thanks, Paul. Corolla? I'd rather walk. Fair. More like Lambo or skateboard, the way some of these people are full porting. I don't think. I mean, everyone's been warned, right? If they took more risk than they could afford to take, that's on them. If that thing rips now, I will be so pissed that my Rev Jan 35 order for 25 never filled. Anyone else having heart palpitations? Love you either way, Gerg. I'm excited. Obviously, the news of the delisting. Why else would they suspend it? It would continue trading immediately after the news is released, I would imagine. Lambos or Chevrolets? Let's fucking go. Fuck yeah, plumber poopy hands. This is just, I fucking love the market this week. It's been so boring, yet super fun. Rev halted. Rev suspended, actually, not halted. Where the heck is Guybrush? All right. Why are my calls still green? Not for long, Torque. No, you can't trade options on a suspended stock. Don't you fucking dare. Where will the news come from? The NYSE. Everyone furiously Googling Revlon. I'm just gonna watch the stock. I don't want to know the news. Don't tell me. Dude, GME got slammed. Is it halted for the rest of the day? I have no idea. Full screen Revlon. I like stocks. Thanks, Fevies. Lady VWAP, hold us gently in your gracious hands. Thank you, Duke of Waffles. Thanks, Posty. When the NTP got delisted, there wasn't a halt, just bam, all of a sudden. Yeah, that's usually how I've seen stocks get delisted before. It's just gone. Could someone get eyes on the obligations warehouse to see if the Revlon truck is arriving? Whatever happens with Rev, we'll always have Paris. We will. Deborah Perelman was a no-show for an event yesterday where she was being honored with an award, FYI. Interesting. Was it like her own event and her own award? This is so exciting. Are you not entertained? This is pretty dope. Manuel Lopez, my body is ready. This is going to probably determine a lot of what's going to happen with Revlon. I don't know if it'll rocket immediately, but knowing it's not going to be delisted is a big deal. There's still the bankruptcy hearing on the 28th. I never got the letter from Fidelity about Rev potentially being delisted. Could I sue them from my money back if it does? I guess you could try. I don't think they have to inform you, though. They're probably protected by the agreement you signed to use the brokerage already. Why would they halt if it wasn't delisting? It's suspended pending news. At least they know it's halted, otherwise we'd have no idea. It's true. Revlon's Twitter is hold nothing back, live boldly. I don't know if Revlon's tweeting anything about their company. What happens to Rev won't have an effect on GME, I assume, right? Not necessarily. Similar volatility shorts. If they have to risk off, it can affect GME and Upstart and the rest of the volatility shorts. Hey, Pigman, I just want to let you know if Rev isn't delisted and we run to 20, I'll drink a full glass of water every morning for the rest of my life. Why? You know why Rev says halt instead of suspended on my WeBull? I don't know, refresh it? I just saw the suspension on Rev. If this truly is the end for us, it's been an honor buying shares in a bankrupt makeup producer with you. Live long and full port. Oh, Jesus Christ, Nesquik. I hope you didn't. I feel like we are Matthew McConaughey about to cross the event horizon. Yeah. I like these green candles that moved down. The fuck is that? I can't look at that. Let's fucking go Rev Day. Yeah. Bid 0.01, ask 135 on TDA. No, I just ignore it. Where did you get the penny? Just go to NYSE and look up halts. I don't know why your fucking Weeble is displaying different information than mine. I have paid data, you don't. Probably market notices too, I would assume. Or maybe you're on mobile. I have no idea. I'm not Weeble technical support. I haven't been this nervous since my wedding day when I had explosive poops. Do you think they will suspend trading on Revlon until after market close and then release the news? Possibly. Yeah. The next 5 minutes, some hedge fund somewhere has some executives in it going, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? True. If delisting, are you going to hold contracts and shares? I'm not going to hold shares, but I might keep the contracts. No, there's 30 days. They can suspend a stock for 30 days. Been here since the start, and here we are at yet another critical impasse. Gherk, this stream is fucking awesome. We've made some great memories. Let's fucking go. Thanks, Dominic. I haven't had pre-exam jitters in years. I feel so alive. Kraft dinner or Robert Kraft massage parlors. Let's fucking go. Thanks, Steely. La Flama Blanca. At least they note it's halted, otherwise we would have no idea. True. You can just look up for NYSE. Jesus, I'll do it. Revlon, news pending. All right. Everyone fucking relax. I've got the poops again. All right. $30 days. Most people on this sub can't last 30 seconds. Listen, it's not nice to make fun of people for premature ejaculation. It's a serious condition that affects people. Premium membership FOMO. Can we get a pickle song? No. We will not play a pickle song until the news is out. Hazy's pumping Rev on the Discord again, Dad. I swear to God, if that motherfucker doesn't become a pigeon whale and Rev rips, me and him are... I'm gonna find him and sleep with emergency exit. They're married. Hey, Gurk, it's been an honor becoming a Revlon meme with you all. My cheeks are clenched. Let's fucking go. Same. Check DMs. Getting halted on some exchanges, but not Robinhood. That's interesting. I'm not liking this. I hope I'm wrong, but everything I saw about Rev being suspended is that it would happen immediately when a decision was made to delist it. I saw no circumstances where not being delisted would bring on a halt or suspension. Like I said, I hope I'm wrong. We'll find out. It's intense. I mean, they'll suspend for the news. They usually do, unless the news is just released immediately. Or in after hours. Like if they release the news in after hours, they won't suspend it. But news like that, they'll suspend it regardless. So I've seen companies, I think Sundial suspended. That's a good example. Sundial suspended intraday on the news, and then it remained listed. It's not halted on Wealthsimple in Canada, or apparently Robinhood. Can you go through strategies on either decision to prepare for what is to come? Well, if it's delisted, there's not a lot of preparing you're going to be able to do. It'll move to OTC, where it will be just slammed into the fucking ground. Or the shorts will cover when it's on OTC. Could go either way. What do you make of Rev's 2 major run-ups in August? Not driven by news happening on Mondays. What? I mean, it was driven by... Are you like the one on August 1st and later in August? Those are just FTDs from the run in June. It's halted on Robinhood. The message just reads some exchanges, not Robinhood. Huh. What happens with options when the stock is delisted? I mean, they still exist. They don't get like, they're not just like blown up. What are Rev's pertinent Greeks? Is Icon buying Rev? I mean, there are no pertinent Greeks on Revlon. I don't think Icon's buying Revlon. It's not very attractive to activist investors because there's so few shares available that they wouldn't be able to buy an ownership stake to leverage. I thought you mentioned a potential recall if delisted. You'd sell your shares, right, as the news hit that it's delisted? I'd probably, yeah. And it could trigger a recall. Your Rev Gen 35 Cs keep changing price, though it's delisted. Do they? Oh, interesting. Yeah, they are. I don't know why it's doing that. Two of the bearish articles on Rev's Robinhood page have disappeared in the last 20 minutes. Okay. Someone tweeted Rev is being acquired by Kylie Cosmetics. How the fuck would they know? I'm about to call my mom. Can I patch you in? No thanks. Your show's suspended. What's the difference between a halt and a suspension? It's suspended. A halt is a Luddle, like a Luddle event, like limit up, limit down, change in price. A suspension is, the exchange has pulled trading on the stock pending news or an event or an investigation. It's gotten so quiet. But I want Rev acquired for $15 a share minimum. I mean, I'd be happy with 10. 10's fine. It's my birthday. Rev to 1020. This may be the best or worst present. Time will tell. Also, may I get the OG Pickle song that sounds like making sweet love to the market? Oh, the old intro song? Yeah, we could play. All right, we'll play it. It's not Veppy, so. And before they release news at 8 p.m. Yeah, I mean, the market's bouncing, by the way, if no one noticed. Regardless of what happens to Rev, I'm making a video. Fair. I swear if one of the Kardashians makes me rich, I fucking quit life. Who cares? Has Pickle ever halted due to FTDs? Ryan Cohen, ahoy, ahoy, Pickles. Just wanted to pop in and say how glad I am to be the proud papa of 200 trillion rev shares. I feel like each of these bankrupt companies I own shares in are my kids. Maybe I should keep pics of them in my wallet. Oh no. Would Kylie Jenner rug pull us? Nothing to grab onto, right? If Rev was bought out for a price less than 35, would that limit the IV jump on the calls? No, because the price of the stock would still have to go up to the price of the buyout. And it can still force short capitulation, especially if they're shorting the stock at like $1 and $4 and $5. No problem, JB180 Gold. Squarton, do you think we hear news end of week? Maybe. If Rev is bought out for 20, would you sell the 35 calls immediately or hold and wait for a squeeze? Or a mix of sell some, hold some? Buyouts can take a really long time, and the Jan 35s may not have enough theta. So I'd probably sell a bunch of them, if not all of them. But I might keep the shares. TDA has Rev Ask 135. You're like the 900th person to say that. It's just suspended. The order book doesn't mean anything. Paint me green, call me a pickle, and ask me and brine me in a jar of gains. Godspeed, y'all. Thanks, Vupper Market Carcass. Gurk, I have to be honest, I don't have a wife, and all the money I've played with is my mom's. How do I get her money back? She's saving for reverse gender surgery. Oh, Kendro. How long can Rev go? Okay, everyone relax. No, it's not necessarily going to 100. Is Fubo getting boofed? Probably a bit. It's being shorted pretty hard today. What has made you more money? Selling premium or buying premium? Buying premium. By a lot. But selling premium let me buy premium, so. And the checkout lady at the grocery is staring at my trouser tent. Rev. Thanks, Carbon Based. Rev is suspended pending news. Oh no. Mentioned on Discord about court reopening the city lawsuit an hour ago. Could that cause a halt? Maybe. If they release news today, it'll only be in after hours, not necessarily. Yeah, no other city news has caused a suspension. Including the initial claim, the settlement of that claim, and then, you know, the filing to contest the settlement of that claim. How likely is the rev suspension and trading likely to continue into Friday or even the weekend? Probably pretty slim. I sold my Revlon for Upstart. Well, you're probably a lot less nervous than a lot of other people. What if it's an acquisition announcement? It could be. How incredibly confident are you that will happen? Not very? What if Perliman is going to admit that he DRS the float? Mukesh Ambani buyout still on the table for Rev? I mean, it's possible. You just wait for the news. What's the point? What's the point of freaking out about it? Do you put Stefan out there to poke Revlon? No, he'll get scared. This is too frightening of a situation to include him in. That'd be pickle abuse. They're bored, yeah. I'm starting to get a feeling that Rev was a risky play. How come you never told me that? I did. I just got back from lunch. Rev is halted? Yeah, suspended, actually. I don't have a dancing drunk Carl gif. I'm here exclusively for panic and speculation. Can we get a rundown of what people will lose if the news is bad? Let's not do that. But just go use an options calculator. Rev is 50% of my port. I hope your port's really small. I will lose my wife's respect. When was the last time that you had it? Hmm. I'm freaking out and I've never owned Revlon. Not seeing a load up makes me nervous on Rev. Someone always knows. Yeah, but we also didn't see a sell off, right? So I'm assuming no one knew. Gurk, hold my hand. I got you, bro. Worst case, you can make back all the losses. Yeah. We're not broke till you're down to one kidney. I'm not sure what to do with my Rev in the money CSP. Anyone else in this boat? I mean, worst case scenario, you end up buying shares. Joke's on everyone here. I'm already down 75% on Revlon. Oh, Jesus. So good or bad idea to put in a standing order of 1,035 Cs? This sounds like a terrible idea. Or an amazing one. Yeah, it's really hard to say. When BT was halted today, it was exactly 45 minutes. I know this is different, but hopeful for 3:30 open. Yeah, we'll see. How much for one kidney? I don't need any. My kidneys are fine, thanks. Is your rev play based off profits from the first run of your 35 Cs? My rev play is based off profits from a few runs on the 35 Cs. But yeah, that's all the money I have in it is money I made off of it. I just joined the stream. Would you mind telling me what the stream is about as a recap? What? Just hang out. You'll figure it out as we go along. About yesterday close, half a trading session hold into literal delisting. Is this investing? No, but it's a nice gamble. Worst case scenario, lose 100%. Best case, who knows? Might even break even. Might break better than even. Gerg, if this goes extremely well, will it be the birth of many new pigeon whales? Well, yeah, because I'll finally have enough money to finish the hatchery. Can you take a look at a ticker for me? It's shown some interesting behavior recently and has some news pending. Currently halted. Rev. Thanks. Great content. Best stream. Jesus Christ. No, I'm not buying Gorky Park in Russia and renaming it Gurky Park. My Revlon Gen 1P was down 60% this morning and ended up being 5% right before the suspension. Very odd. Is it? Or did the price just drop really hard right before the suspension happened? Like it went from 4 to 390. How are Rev futures? Are they still open? Revlon doesn't have any futures. What's up? This is a T1 haul. How long can it be halted? I think it can be halted all the way into market close. The last two candles are green, but that also doesn't mean anything. I mean, Rev has a future. if they don't get delisted. I have no idea what it opens at if it doesn't get delisted. I don't know. You could try. You shouldn't be able to. It's suspended. This is fun. I wish I never met all of you and I just kept building for a living. But also, if you're going to be losing money, it's better together. Thanks, Idaho Beef. If Rev plummets, I just want to let you guys know I have an extra bassinet at my place you can sleep in. As for me, I already lost all my money on weeklies. Oh boy. If Rev prints super hard, I'm going to talk so much smack on Wall Street bets. Nice. If Rev gets delisted, what can Perlman do? He can bring the company up to snuff so it meets listing requirements again. Revlon had a meeting with the NYSE days ago. Yeah, we know. It was on October 13th. I've got one Rev call that I basically got for free. Kind of wishing I had two if it ran. I hope this doesn't end up like waiting for Bobby's special meeting. By the way, I remembered to cancel my orders once this halted this time. Good. I've thrown up in my mouth 3 times. Jesus Christ, how much money do you have in fucking Revlon, dude? Fidelity has my Rev 35's value listed as 0. That doesn't mean shit. The news will be out when it's out. The fucking stock is suspended, so you can't trade them. They have no bid ask. Someone bought 1028 6C for 5 cents right at the halt. The best gamble. Oh man. Oh, I'm having a ton of fun. Wish I had a coin to flip. Like Two-Face. Pickle jar all over Weeble Rev chat? Oh, come on, guys. You're better than using Weeble chat. Right? Ew. That's for like R short squeeze and fucking ApeCoin bag holders. Hertz was so pissed off when NYSE delisted them that they pretty quickly got themselves listed on NASDAQ and ran super hard too. I'm sophisticated. I use SoFi chat. That's just a customer service representative you're talking to. Three minutes? Oh, yep. Well, we'll see if it follows the same pattern as BTUs. Your shares just would get transferred if it was listed on another exchange. If it's delisted, the ticker changes to RevQ and goes to 0. Well, it doesn't go to 0. I have a 450 cover call that expires tomorrow. Do I just put in a market order to close it right when it opens up? Probably. Sadly, logging into Zoom meeting where I need to present for the next 30 minutes. I will have this over on my alternate screen. If we open back up, any visuals would help, brother. Appreciate you all. Let's fucking go. I'll try to remember that. What's the point of suspension? I'm not understanding why it's necessary. Because it's news that'll affect the valuation of the stock. I'll be fine if Rev is delisted and burns, as I have coal in my bum right now and it's so tight I'm making diamonds. Is this hedging? If Perlman wants to recall his shares, does he have to warn the NYSE? No. NYSE decided, and they're giving Rev time to write a press release. Generally speaking, well, an SEC filing, right? There's a form that's filed. If Rev moons, I'm not even telling my husband. The suspense is killing me. Well, it's after 3:30, so that didn't hold true. Stocks that are delisted. So the business isn't shutting down. They're in Chapter 11 bankruptcy, not Chapter 13, right? So it's not going to Rev Q. It'd just be moved to the OTC market. I shot myself twice. That was before the halt. Jesus. I mean, this could last into after hours. It could last into tomorrow morning. It could be like 3 days. Who the fuck knows? The press release should come before the SEC filing. Okay. I'm actually ready for this Rev crash or rip so I can reclaim all the brain space that I've cluttered up with dates and info about this bankrupt makeup company. I'm stoked. One way or another. This is exciting as shit. I'm literally watching it right now, not just for the edutainment, but also because you get the numbers faster than me. I want to squeeze to 25. Too much to ask. We'll see what happens. If it goes to OTC, sell shares immediately upon delisting news. I mean, you can see what happens once it hits OTC. You'll have time to see what happens. At least something's finally happening. Yeah, right? What happens to call holders if this lasts a couple days? Why do you only have a couple days of theta on your calls? No, I'm not going to keep streaming to comfort you. If Rev moons, we're going to have a lot of money for GME Opex calls. Maybe. Through the weekend would be amazing. I would live in Rev chat. I didn't know Pickles could sweat this much. I'm watching because I don't actually know how to watch stock tickers except on your channel. Gilgamesh. Now this is fucking pod racing. Damn straight it is. I'm not in Rev and the suspense is also killing me. Revlon suspended pending news. I told my girlfriend we're going to be rich by 5 p.m. today. Puts on my relationship? Maybe. Did I see what? A scale of Pickle to Centaur. How likely is GME Opex? Normal human. God, I miss this feeling. I've been chasing it for close to 2 years now. This is some pretty exciting shit. Lambos or beaten Civics, paid for by Food Hacks and Revlon makeup. Let's fucking go. Yep. There is no delay. I have no delay on the stream. It's like barely a second. It could cause it's not that it's going to lift the basket stocks with it, but it could cause a risk off. I mean, we're so close to Opex that it's definitely possible. If Revs move to pink sheets, do shorts have to close their position? Yeah, but they could also short without... I mean, they don't have to close. They're not forced out, but they can short without locates on OTC. It's a problem. Why would Perelman take a $10 million bribe? He's worth like $5 billion bucks. I'll give you $10 million to delist your $200 million company that has $4 billion in assets. That doesn't make any sense. $2 billion? $2.5 billion in assets, I think. $4.5 billion in debt. But those are someone's assets. I already made reservations at Red Lobster in New York City. If it moons, I'll see you there. If it tanks, we can meet up at Wendy's and get applications. I mean, if it tanks, I'm going to lose like 80 something $1,000. It's not a big deal. Is GME tanking into market close bullish for Opex? You mean getting the ever-loving shit fucking shorted out of it? Yeah, it's pretty bullish. Also, IV's still up. Fucking calls haven't gone down at all. How's bragging camp going? Pretty fucking well. Why did RC halt Rev? He didn't. I just hope he's not buying into it. Still here, still YOLOing into bankrupt companies. No, I'll never change. Thanks, Dan Dulcemeyer. I appreciate it, man. The suspense is terrible. The suspense is terrible. I hope it'll last. Do you expect the SPY to keep going down into the weekend? It could all the way out until Monday morning. What happens with in-the-money sold puts if the stock remains halted over the expiration? I guess they'll be assigned and shares delivered? Yeah. I mean, as soon as the stock end halts, the shares will be delivered. Are you still bullish on Revlon? Yeah. Since I can't buy Revlon right now, any other bankrupt companies you can recommend to park my cash? I haven't really been following too many other bankrupt companies. I swear to God, if they halt this stock at the end of the day, I'll see you tomorrow. Bullish on weekend Dow? Suppose. SPY straddle's unlikely to pay off for tomorrow. They may not be as good for tomorrow, but I'm probably going to get them anyway. Are you streaming earnings? Sure. Is the only problem you didn't have that you didn't buy more? I'd only be angry that I didn't buy more if it goes up. If it goes to 0, I'll be very happy that I didn't buy more. JPY USD crossing 150. The end times are upon us. Bank of Japan's already put into place an emergency bond buying program. So the band-aid has been applied already. Rev will get unhalted once Pornhub is back up and running. Possibly. I wonder who this guy was. Right at the second the halt happened, who bought 3,900 shares, or yeah. Wait. Oh, 200 shares. Why is that? That's the price. That was me. Sorry, I've been looking at SPX way too much. Every time I see 3,900, I just assume it's the SPX. Sounds like Saman to me. Somebody. That person is JPOW. No, I don't think so. If Rev delists, we all learn a valuable object lesson. If Rev stays listed, will that only reinforce degen tendencies? Probably. I mean, people are already, like, you know, if it's not bankrupt, I'm not buying it. Was there a chance that the news has nothing to do with the delisting? Yeah. They're just gonna here's what'll happen. It opens up at 345, opens, immediately halts up 10%, right? At $4.30, and that's halted into close. Are they going to keep it suspended until 4 and then announce that it's delisted so it can be shorted to 0 and after hours and all the 35Cs open or worthless? Sure, that sounds like a very, yeah, I can see that. You think Rev submitted false earnings information? No. We need to embrace this moment. It's truly special. All of us Rev bag holders are standing on the precipice of what amounts to the epitome of Lambos or food stamps. I am euphoric right now. It's pretty fucking cool, isn't it? God, I love the stock market. Where else can you get this kind of drama, passion, potential divorce filings, all in one place? Heartbreak, despair. It's the Westeros. Options truly killed the small interest I had in sports. What if they unhauled with no news? Like they just thought that it needed a breather? Damn, that'd be awkward. Do you think my one DTE $7 rev calls are going to print? Probably not. It's just like the focal point of human emotion. It's so raw. Look at all of you guys who over-reported into Revlon after thousands and thousands of warnings to not do it. But you could still win, right? And that's just, whew, how exciting. Don't worry, I clipped them all. I'm gonna have like a whole montage if it goes to 0. Oh, I'm still bullish as fuck on it. Off topic here, but I wanted to pick your brain. After taking profits on the short side of the JPM, I decided to roll out the call side for next week, wondering if you did something similar. Wait, can't you take profits on the call side now too? Did you sell it backwards? It's a bear call spread and a bull put spread. That sounds like a debit spread, not a... It sounds like you got a debit spread and not a credit spread. This is definitely not a call. Absolutely not. Christine Lagarde's mascot. Welcome back to Cornichon, by the way. Every day, all you would talk about was your bullishness. So... I couldn't be more bullish on Revlon than I am in this very moment. I'm scare-roused. Did you sell your Snap CC yet? Oh, shit. Fuck, I missed the top. All right. Ooh. All right. Rev is halted pending news. There's no fucking liquidity on Revlon in after hours. Where the fuck are they gonna get the shares to short it to zero? Chill the fuck out. Jean-Claude Van Damme. Let me see what you got. Hey, Daddy, did you miss me? Anyway, I fucked up. I put a whole $300 into Revlon, and now I'm sat here unable to full port into it. Why won't the market let me make bad decisions? Did I miss my chance to put all my money into a high-risk play? Maybe. I mean, no, but maybe. Yeah, I mean, Snap's also up from where I bought it, so like $1. So I made $1 a share, and then I don't know if I'm gonna fill on this. Why is that pricing so far off? Okay. Cool. Sorry, I know I missed that. Fucking crime, eh? Yeah, right? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna stream for after hours for a little while to see if they drop the news? I can for a few minutes, but I have somewhere I have to be. Can you please say something spicy? Viewership is getting out of control again. Lambos or food stamps time? I'm jacked. We've been over this. It's Lambos or Corollas. But yeah, it's pretty exciting. I have haircut in 2 hours. I don't think I'll be able to stop shaking by that time. I better reschedule. Yeah, you don't want to get your ear clipped. Can I come with you? No. No, it's not a Tinder date. I have a meeting I have to go to. Ugh. Is Dad getting us a mom? No. It's not a meeting with BlackRock or with the board of Revlon. Rev ask is 135 on TD. It means nothing. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, somebody put in a sell order for 135. I just want this to bounce a little bit so I get my fill. All right. Well, anyway, I'm gonna make like $2 a share, $2.50 a share on this, so not bad. That's like a 20% return on a buy right. Before trading on Rev begins, will they have someone with a big voice do a 60-second countdown? No, it'll just start trading. Meeting with a lawyer about a pickle ETF? No. When did you buy the Snap shares? Earlier this week. Like Monday. I think it was like Monday market open, right around there. See what my cost basis is. Cost basis is 987. Looks like I got filled at like 4 a.m. Huh. I guess I got in the pre-market. Snap has been killing it for me lately. Yeah, it's doing good this week. GME dragging the market up into close. It's moving up with the market into close. Do you have a price point stop loss for Revlon? No. I just can't begin. I was obsessing about the bond market, thinking about life. And now there's all this Rev madness. What would I do without this degen play to remind me it's all a madhouse? Yeah, that's fair. Pure hopium, but why do I have the feeling that they don't want people piling onto the options chain? So they will run it after hours. I think you're probably not wrong. But where are the sellers in after hours? Upstart IV crushed hard? No, not really. The November IV is being crushed hard, but that's because of all the puts. Right? That's like that effect that we're seeing from them buying so many fucking puts in order to keep the price down. But like the Jan IV is basically the same. They're waiting until after hours to unhalt revs so these paper hands can't sell before my PT. Could it be suspended due to a share recall? Really unlikely. It wouldn't be suspended for news in that case. I think it'd be suspended. There's another code they use for that. If it was suspended due to something like that, right? Like no available shares or something. The moment I bought my first GME share, this is my life now. I'm living it. I am Joe holding up the moon saying, "Thank you for my degen life" on a raft mode made out of luggage. Is there a good chance that the news is after hours? Yeah. I mean, we've only got 3 minutes of the market being open left. If there's an acquisition, what happens then? It'll move up to whatever price that it's being acquired at. Is Perlman allowed to buy the remainder of the shares and take Rev private? Yes. According to Delaware corporate law, I think he is. He owns enough that he's allowed to. But if he takes it private, he's got to buy the shares we have. I want to apologize in advance for being in this play. It would have worked out had I sought out. I don't think the inclusion of you in the play Struggle Works is gonna affect it in any way. NSC selling off hard. One of the railroads dealing with unions. What happens to Gen 35s if it's taken private? Well, like I said, to take it private, they have to buy the shares that are outstanding. So, you know, it still trades for a bit. I'm so excited to lose money. What's wrong with me? Quantum stock market, by watching the ticker, you change the outcome. True. Your stream title is pretty accurate for today, right? What if I won't sell to Perelman? I mean, you'll have to. Yeah. RP said shareholders don't need a committee. Ding ding. The day is done. No news yet. I mean, yeah, it's still suspended. Revlon halted? No? But no sales came through. Does this mean that somebody bought Upstart Sweet Puts? Wait, where did that go? In Europe, you're not forced to sell. You can go to court for more money during a buyout. Interesting. I mean, you can fight it here too. Can't have halt during after hours because the market is closed. No, the suspense is terrible. I wish it would stop. Well, it looks like it's going to continue for a while longer. It didn't move. RB gave his shares for shorting, so he or a related party could buy up on the cheap, then recall his shares and have less shares to have to buy for taking ref private, or would that violate a rule? I don't think it violates anything. What's up, Kurt? What's up, Dustin? Twitter says NYSE removing it, and that's a decision to suspend and remove Revlon from the list. Fuck! Oh, that's bad. It could be, unless they get relisted on NASDAQ. Now what? Oh god, I knew it. Are we winning? We don't know yet. It's delisted. Wow, I got banned from the Rev chat because I said it was delisted. Did you get banned or just like kicked out or timed out? Oh, quiet. Regulation determines. Okay. Dad, we aren't winning. I don't know. Hold on. Announcement staff, the NYSE regulation is determined to suspend trading in the Class A common stock of Revlon Inc., the company, ticker symbol REV, from NYSE. Trading in the company's Class A common stock was suspended after the market close on NYSE on October 20th, 2022. The staff suspended trading in the company's Class A common stock because the Committee for Review of the Board of Directors of the Exchange, the committee, issued a decision in which it upheld the exchange's previously announced determination to delist the company's Class A common stock. The NYSE previously announced on June 16th, 2022, that it had commenced delisting proceedings with respect to the company's Class A common stock. That same day, after the company had disclosed its intention to file for protection under Chapter 11 Bankruptcy Code, the company had its right to request a review of this delisting determination by the committee. According to the NYSE, has suspended trading in the Class A common stock and will now file a delisting application with the Securities and Exchange Commission. All right, so they're delisting it from the NYSE, and it's probably going to remain suspended until. Well, we'll see if they try to get it relisted on NASDAQ. If Ron's still in, I'm still in. Yeah, I'll post it. So it could be suspended for a little while. You're just selling in the meantime. No, trading on it's suspended. Will you not be able to exit shares? 90K and 35 COI. What happens to those? Theta continues to decay. Truly, diamond hands the most. Big downs once resume trading. We'll see. I mean, it'll get moved to OTC or it'll get moved to NASDAQ, right? And then that's when you'll be able to close positions. It shouldn't take long. Are they still trapped if it moves to NASDAQ? Yeah, it doesn't change anything. So NYSE does not like the Revlon continuation plan, or they just upheld their decision. It goes to, yeah, it's gonna go to OTC first. Are you officially not bullish on Revlon? I mean, they still have the debt meeting on the 28th, right? For the bankruptcy. What happens to our options? I mean, nothing right now. Theta decays on them, but that's it. It's not trading. As of market close today, it is not trading. If Revs moves to NASDAQ, is the game still on? Sure. Yeah. What grinds my gears is that Rev passed all criteria to not be delisted and got delisted anyway. I fucking told you that though, right? Like it's up to like 3 dudes in a fucking boardroom on whether they're going to delist it or not. That's the only decision that matters is theirs, and they don't care about the fucking rules at all. Are you diamond hitting? I can't sell them until it hits OTC. It does. It just goes to trade on the OTC. It's like the pink sheet listings. Is this Gafgarian's Cardano for equities? Unreal. I don't think it's lost as much money as Cardano yet. You can't sell them. Ron Perlman is worth fucking like $5 billion, and Revlon's worth 200 million. His wealth is not evaporated. Yeah, they can fight it. The price could plummet when it hits OTC. It could squeeze when it hits OTC. There's no way to know. Will you be able to sell the contracts you have on WeBull if it goes to the OTC? I believe so, yeah. Is there an appeals process? That was the appeals process. Hertz went to OTC and got relisted. Yes, it did. How do you trade OTC? It's just penny stocks. It's one of the exchanges. Can you set a good to close for market sell? No, I don't think so. Remember Jordan Belfort was on pink sheets long before he dropped acid in his Countach. Let there be hope and Lambos. Thank you so much, Seacraft. It could take a few days. Maybe a week. We'll see. It's funny that they got it delisted right before Opex. Very interesting. A lot less regulation on OTC. What? When Hertz got delisted, then relisted. Yeah, the shares are continuous through the process. We'll see. I mean, I'm sure the company will announce what their plans are if they're gonna if they plan on moving to Nasdaq. I'm sure we'll know. The delisting is in June. Will it say suspended till then? No, the delisting was this June. When did Hertz get delisted and relisted? I don't remember the dates. I don't have them available right now. I'm sure you could look it up. Looks like I'm an over-the-counter derivatives trader now. You are. Welcome to the club. Yeah, you still have options. Robinhood can't trade OTC. What happens if people using RH for Rev? You might still be able to close position only, but I'm not sure. Hertz relisted on NASDAQ about a year later. Delisted the stock was close to $1. 1 year later, NASDAQ IPO was around 25. Huh. As long as Snap doesn't fall below like $5, I think I'll be fine. Bought some Revlon, ate a crayon, but the stock went and died, and then them good old boys were diamond handing and cried. This'll be the day my port died. This'll be the day my port died. Darth Dan, check Pigeon Whale chat. You've made a video? Oh, I can't put it on the... I'll watch it after the stream. Isn't WeBull same? No OTC? I'm not sure. Most of my position on Revlon is in Schwab, so I'm pretty sure Schwab has OTC. I'm holding my calls. Realistically, they aren't going to sell for anything. If something happens, I'll feel like an idiot. Fair enough. Gen 35s can't last that long. Nope. It was a gamble. Fidelity, I believe, has OTC. No halts on OTC. Yeah, I'm aware. But it's not on OTC yet, so give it a minute. Was this bad for the basket? I don't think so. No one go full Kendra over this either. Oh, also, if you're... Oh, you know what you can do? If you're in Robinhood or another brokerage that doesn't have OTC, is you can transfer to a brokerage that does have OTC. Snap dead. I mean, that's... I'm okay with it for now. I sold $5 calls, so... Yeah, I think it's gonna be okay. I hope. Well, as long as it doesn't go below 5. I think CERN was a better play. Exiting Rev at break even might have been the best decision I've ever made. Do you know if IBKR has OTC? It does. If we stay on NASDAQ, we will still be trading and able to squeeze. Yes. If they move to NASDAQ. They have to list on NASDAQ. It takes time. It can happen pretty fast, but they still have to get it done. Just because Hertz took a year to do it doesn't mean Revlon will. You can transfer your position to a brokerage that has OTC trading. How much did you get on the Snap 5Cs? They were like 4, 5. Hold on. I gotta reopen my brokerage. 1 second. Logged out. Looks like I got filled at 574. Yeah, to sell the IV. Play the bear song. Well, it's not bearish yet. I don't think Rev's delisting affects the potential for GME or Upstart to moon. Are the huge snap dump after positive earnings? Who knows? Are you going to keep your Rev shares long term? I'm going to keep them until at least I can sell them. I mean, it's not anything, right? It's just simply not trading. You don't know what it's going to do when it hits OTC. I sold Snap CC at the money and Rev getting delisted. I'm winning big today. Are you keeping the Snap shares? Why'd you sell them at the money? No guidance, lagging growth from inflation. Who? GME? Could the delisting committee have been bribed by Rev shorts? And we'd never know that. What about your calls? I mean, I can't do anything with them until they're relisted on an exchange. They're not gone. They're just halted. We'll see what their plan is. I mean, we're obviously going to get a press release from Revlon outlining whatever they're going to do. If they're off an exchange, could we theoretically trade them amongst ourselves? Yes. Some OTC stocks have options. Why is everyone panicking about OTC? To be honest, it's not like a doom sentence. It's just inconvenient on a less regulated exchange. Yeah. Everyone's acting like the stock just disappeared, which is not what happened. If I sold CSP that is now in the money expiring tomorrow, but the stock is delisted, do I still buy those shares? It'll either be cash settled or yeah, you'll buy them. Maybe no Opex for Rev, which is kind of interesting. Hertz went bankrupt, and then they re-IPO'd. I was starting to feel the press release shoved deep into my rear end. Yeah, if you're on a brokerage that doesn't trade OTC, you're gonna have to transfer to one that does. Can you trade OTC outside of the USA? Because I can't find the United States penny stock option and IBKR. I'm not sure about that. Hear me out. Perelman recalls his shares in the OTCs. No halts. We moon to 100. I mean, squeezes on the OTC can get really fucking crazy. If that's the case, that's nuts. Yeah, shareholders still have their shares. Your shares don't disappear. You're still a shareholder of this company. Jesus Christ. I know there's no halts. $35Cs aren't going to be worthless. They're going to be worth roughly whatever they are now if the stock opens at the same price on the OTC. Safe to sell CCs on Rev now. I mean, they didn't win. Sort of, they win, right? But it's going to go to the OTC. They can short without a locate on OTC. I'm feeling fine. How do we trade on OTC if our shares are in WeBull? I'm pretty sure WeBull has OTC trading. If it doesn't, I'll just transfer the ones I have on here to like Fidelity or Schwab. Is the OTC like a bad place? No, there's a lot of stocks that trade on OTC. Most penny stocks. Foreign stocks trade on the OTC. Yeah, they can list equity on the OTC if they want, if it runs to $40. Yeah, I thought Webull did. Is it time to DRS my rev shares? Probably not. Someone check on that guy that was throwing up. He'll be okay. Yep. I gotta go to a meeting though. I've only got like 7 minutes to get there. So, you know, you guys can share amongst each other the same things I've said here. It's not over yet. It will be relisted. It'll either be relisted on OTC or they'll file immediately to be relisted on NASDAQ. We'll have to wait and see what happens. The OTC is still an exchange. Your stock hasn't fucking disappeared and your options still exist. All right. It is delisted though. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Have a good night.